Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear friends. There's a chair and a drink waiting for you. Day 2 of our Subathon already, and wow, I never thought I would be doing a stream back to back, but here we are. Hope you guys had a really good Tuesday. And it looks like we're already kicking things off with spooky season, as it seems. And appropriately so. After all, Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. I feel like it should be everyone's favorite holiday. I know that there were a lot of people that I met before who actually voiced their opinion on how much they hated trick-or-treating. Trick or treat. Give me a treat, or I will trick you. But I mean, that's usually all in good fun. It's not like we're teaching everyone about extortion, right? And besides, I feel like if you read things a little too much, if you don't really take the time to really have fun with a concept, that just says that you're not open to new experiences. But anyway, I figured that since this is October, it's only appropriate that I play at least a few horror-adjacent games. And I actually got a few picked out for today. Before we get into that, however, I felt like to really set the tone, I picked out a bunch of horror type of videos that we could look at, mostly Japanese urban legends. They are from this one YouTuber that I usually follow a lot called Nightmare Tales. And they usually tell like some really good stories. And there's also like one or two other stories that I found of his that not exactly Japanese themed, but they are pretty scary nonetheless. And I figured that would be a good way to like set the tone, to get ourselves ready. Also, apparently, this guy has his own little series called Kana from Hell, which might be worth taking a look at one day. I also got some more commercials from like the 80s and the 90s from like those Halloween themed commercials that you guys really like. Thought we'll do that. And hopefully we'll get things all set and done, ready for that. I'm really curious what everyone's plans are for Halloween because, it can really depend on the person. Some like to go out to have a party, others like to pretend they're trick-or-treating. Others like to be the cool house and give out full-sized candy bars. Not fun-sized. Full-sized. Sorry about that, I had a sneeze. Ugh. Allergies really hit me hard this time of year. Why do I live near nature, It's not really the kind of place for me. Why is everyone so high on nature is my big question. Because it seems like every time we do stuff nature related, turns out that it hits people in a very bad way. You know what? Since it is Halloween themed, I think it's only appropriate that I play some Halloween themed music for the moment. As much as I love this playlist, it really doesn't set the tone right. So let me just rectify that for a minute. Let's play something a little more appropriate. Ill-Advised Records usually play some really good Halloween lo-fi. So let's play some of that. There we go. That's more like it. That's the tone we're looking for, right? Now, in case you guys weren't here yesterday, let me explain a few things to you. All October long, we're going to be doing our Subathon for the Crimson Sakura Lounge. And for every 5 subs, that is like for every sub that adds up to 5, we will spin what we have right now, our punishment wheel. And this wheel here has a lot of stuff that is probably going to make my life miserable, but it might also make you guys laugh a bit. So, if you guys want to see things like me doing a dab of hot sauce, doing a few squats, playing some terrible games, do some karaoke, or even just make me have to do some things that I don't want to do, then I guess we can try something like that. We also got some fun ones like, write an ASMR script, chat writes a tweet for me, chat picks a game for me, I play a game from a certain system, I can't swear every now and then, I throw a cube of ice down my shirt, have some candy corn, do stuff like that. And we're just going to keep on adding onto the wheel, because I feel like that would be a lot of fun, just to like keep a lot of things interesting, a lot more things going on that to really keep this whole thing going on. And if you don't want to drop a sub, you can also do a donation if it adds up to what we're doing. So let me show you the goals that we're trying to reach. Like, we're trying to see if we can reach some stretch goals at the moment. We're going to do... We have things like 69 squats. Chat makes a cocktail for me. I play the entire Class of 09 trilogy, which is a game that I've been avoiding on purpose. Chat picks a design for my maid model. They have me order a bad spirit to drink, or a cocktail that I have to make a bad spirit of. I play Hunt Down the Freeman, one of the worst Half-Life spin-offs I've ever had the displeasure of looking at. What else do we got? Write a cocktail recipe book. Chat chooses a not safe for work art for me, so long as it's tasteful. They make me order a pizza with you guys deciding what kind of toppings I want. I make a Higurashi PNG of myself. And we get an archived karaoke streams. There's also a couple of stretch goals that we're trying to hit, except for this one. I'd rather you guys do not pick Postal 3 as the stretch goal. So please, don't give me money. Don't participate in the Subathon, because then I won't have to worry about me having to play that. It's going to be going on all October long, so if you guys really want to participate in that, if you guys really want to do some stuff with that, then we're going to have this going on all October long. Let me show you a little pinned comment on what we're trying to do. This is going to happen for all of October. So this is a subathon all of October. Look at stretch goal. Look at goals / punishment wheel. Now, I honestly don't know, like, how we're gonna hit those goals, honestly. Honestly, I doubt we're even going to hit at least one of these goals because, well, I don't usually count on anyone showing up for these kind of streams. But I am willing to give it a try. Like, I am trying to see what I can accomplish, what I can do, and mostly just experimenting bit by bit. Now, is it going to work? I don't know, but I'm willing to give it a try. Also, still got a bit of chicken to do the hot sauces that you guys really like. I ended up taking 3 of the Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen hot sauces and threw them away because they were that terrible. The green chili sauce is alright, I guess, so I'm keeping that one. But we still got a good bit of Louisiana hot sauce, Sweet Heat. Got 2 different srirachas. Frank's Red Hot Burger Sauce and the Bulldog Carbonara Sauce, which really hurts me every time I eat it. And ironically, I'm having some chili noodles with my chicken. Why, you may ask? Because I'm an idiot. And because no one else was going to eat them, so I might as well eat them myself. So, another thing that I want to consider is that despite me doing a subathon, I am having it capped. But also, another point, I'm actually trying not to stream for too long with each day because since I'm doing this every day, it's definitely going to be a little taxing on me, and there are some days that are going to be harder than others, so I've actually made a decision to cap some of my streams to go on for no more than 4 hours. 4.5 maybe. So when I hit that 4-hour mark, like, that's the end of the stream. That probably seems a little too little for some of you guys, but you know what? That's how I feel is a good amount. Plus, it's going to be every day all October, so it's not like I'm going to leave you guys in the dust. We do have some things planned, like some more showcasing stuff, some unboxing of a few things, if you guys are into that. We're also going to be looking at a lot of good media, some even media that's been requested by our audience in the Discord server and on social media. And you know, we'll also do a lot of things after that. I am going to do like a Gunpla or a Lego building set. That is a promise. Not sure when that's going to happen, but if it does, I'll let you guys know.
Nobody can take that much and still live.
So I think we're all caught up now. So let's get the show on the road, right? Excuse me a bit. I'm trying to find my gloves. Oh, why is the music off? Oh, because I hit the pause button, that's why. Let me just move my plate for a minute. Get myself all donned up. And can't forget my most important feature, my newsman fedora here. You guys are probably wondering, does Swordsman really have a fedora? And to that I say, does this answer your question? Never leave the house without it. It's a style of hat that most people overlook or find it old-fashioned. So I thought maybe why not bring it back. Also, we got some guests that I want to show you. So this one's actually one of my favorite plush toys. Look at here. This is Marshmallow. This is your child now. This is the Crimson Sakura Lounge's adopted child. You are to take care of this child, because as you can see, they are really badly hurt.
60 years ago,
So, everyone say hi, Marshmallow.
How do we get to the Carter
Say
place?
hi.
Your cat?
Hi.
I think something bizarre has been going out that far.
I saw them at a convention, and I just had to have them. I just love this style of, like, these plush toys where they have, like, all the stitches and the freaking eyes. What happened to my camera? Did I turn it off? I did turn it off. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Also, I don't think I ever showcased this before, but you guys probably don't know this, but I actually have a coin. A very special coin that I hold true and dear to me. This is my lucky coin, Lady Medusa. Don't stare at her for too long, boys. She's got eyes that'll turn you into stone. And if you look at the date real closely, if it wants to focus, the date is 1938. You probably can't see it, but it is 1938. So, today is 2025. So 2025, 1938. Yeah, it is 1938. Look at that. You know what date is on this coin? 1938. It has been traveling 87 years around the world, and somehow it found itself in my bar. If you are familiar with guys like Two-Face, then you know that every time I flip this coin, Lady Medusa decides what I do. And I do mean everything. Heads, I take it. Tails, I don't. And as you can see, this was actually modified from a silver dollar. It's a really interesting piece, and it's my good luck charm. It's one of those things where if I don't have it around me, I freak out. Why I would freak out? Because this thing is literally what helps me decide things I can't decide on. And if I don't flip this at least once, I'm probably going to lose my goddamn mind. Now, of course, there are caveats to flipping this coin. Because if you say something that you're going to do, you have to commit to it. If you don't commit to it, Lady Medusa will curse you with really bad luck. So don't upset the coin. Listen to it, obey its every command, let that coin decide your fate. If you're trying to decide whether to purchase an anime figure or a car, and you say, heads I take the figure, tails I take the car, you flip it. And if it lands on tails, you're getting that car. That anime figure you really want, it's gone. If you don't obey the coin, bad things are going to happen to you because the curse of Medusa is going to haunt you till the day you die. So, word of advice. If I ever do a coin flip and it decides what I'm going to do, I'm going to listen to it regardless of what the outcome is. Regardless how I feel about it, and when I do go against it, I usually end up regretting it later down the road. So, definitely not going to do that. So that's my lucky coin. Just going to leave it here so that everyone can see it. Really good one, by the way. It was a really nice gift, by the way. I cherish it a lot. But it doesn't stop there. Two guests that I want to show you guys. It's my gay sons. Yeah, I got some Tokyo Ghoul plushies not too long ago. Got them both for just $10, which was a pretty good deal. You gotta love these two. They're like really, they go together like peanut butter and jelly. Which is the peanut butter? Which is the jelly? That's for you to decide. I just love the level of detail. I couldn't find him in his like white hair and that costume, which would have been awesome, but I still like it. These two are probably a good addition to my collection, and truth be told, I'm actually a bit of a Tokyo Ghoul fan, so I really enjoy it. I enjoy the first season of Tokyo Ghoul, Season 1, and nothing else. Those are the only seasons that exist. There is no Season 2. If you love me, you will agree with me that there is no Season 2. These two. You know what? Those are probably the two best places for them to be there. Now you guys can see them anytime you want. I really have thought about rewatching Tokyo Ghoul and collecting the manga. I really enjoyed it before. So, we might actually do that. I know there was a Tokyo Ghoul video game on PS4 that tackles the season that does not exist, but I kind of stopped at it mostly because there's really nothing that special. And speaking of Tokyo Ghoul, I got a little piece here. I'm gonna do my best to cover the shiny bits because I don't want to show off my face to you guys. I actually got the mask, Kaneki's mask. Let me just flip that around so you can get a better view. I'm covering up the metal bits because they're really reflective. They're really cool. It has a zipper mouth, which is a nice attention to detail. It does come with the eye patch, so I will wear the eye patch with it. That's going to be like my, I wouldn't say my Halloween costume, but it's going to be pretty close to it. So I'm all set for Spooky Month. I'm all set for Spooky Month, for sure. And speaking of spooky, there are two very valuable things I have in my collection that you may have seen before, but probably don't know how I got them. Okay. Yeah, I dropped a lot of things. I am not a professional streamer, so there's that. Anyways. What was I just saying? All right. I have two things that are pretty valuable to me, and they're very special. And you're probably going to see why. Let's see if I can do this right. Whoa! You guys see that? See that? Does she look familiar to any of you? You would if you have been with me from the start on my streams. Yeah, I got myself a Rena figure. Her going all crazy-eyed and stuff. And this figure is actually pretty special. It's actually a recoloring of her of her look. It's extremely rare, and it was very hard for me to get. This was actually before the whole tariff thing happened, so didn't have to worry about those fees, but still had to pay a lot for it. Not going to tell you how much, however. The funny thing is that when I got her box and I opened it up, you want to know what it smelled like? The ocean. Or more specifically, it smelled like a swimming pool that was right next to the ocean. And it just hit me with that wave of a scent because, you know, that was almost like an act of God. Like that was a sign that she came to me from overseas and somehow ended up here. And just look at her. Look how innocent she is. Does this look like the face of a serial killer to you guys? Does this look like someone who would run up to you with a hatchet, screaming, laughing maniacally? Let's be honest. I'm sure Callie would like it. Speaking of which, not only did I get a Higurashi figure, but I was lucky enough to find some Ume Neko merch too. Now the thing about the Ume Neko stuff is that it was really limited in stock. They don't make any of these figures anymore, not even the Higurashi ones. And they command outrageous prices on eBay. So I really had to do some digging to see if I could find any figures from like some offshore sites. If you want any recommendations on where to look for some stuff from overseas, I highly recommend From Japan. There's also Bai, Rakuten, a lot of these like third-party sites that will actually help you get products from overseas in Japan. And you can get them for like really cheap too. The only drawback is that there are import fees that you have to pay. Those are usually the downside of that. But it does save you a lot more, especially when you compare it to the prices on eBay and Amazon from these scalpers who make these stupid amounts of money for this. But anyways, that's a topic for another time. As for what I got, well, look at this. I ended up finding Maria from Ume Neko. She is adorable. She has a few defects on her head and on the back of her skirt. There's like some scuffs. But still, I was able to pick it up at a reasonable price. I've seen figures like these go for like $100. I was actually able to pick this up for like $40. I still had to pay like a good amount of import fees, but it was still worth it. I haven't found Shannon or Jessica yet. And strangely enough, I haven't found any of Beatrice yet. I guess that she's still there. But anyways. Again with the mouse. I really need to find... This is a very crowded desk, by the way. I don't really have a whole lot. I'm trying to see how I can showcase them. You know what? Maybe I'll just take them off the base and put them like right here. Right,
because
right
all
there.
the other frames were long since fallen, I knew that it was the...
You gotta be careful with Rena because she comes off like easy. Like ridiculously
Then
easy.
came a noxious rush of noisome, frigid air from that same dreaded direction.
You know, I'm looking at these two side by side right now. I often wonder, like,
Followed by a piercing
how
shriek
much
just
would
beside
Rena
me on that shocking
act the way she
room
does
of man and
when
woman.
she's with Rika, and how she goes,
Another instant,
"Aw, so cute. Rena gonna take you home." Like, do you think she would do that if she saw Maria? Chances are she probably would. She's also got some really big hands. Like, she can... She knows how to throw down.
There was a vortex of withering
So we got that.
ice-cold wind.
I also got something else that's pretty special. Now, I did show you Tomei before, the Junji Ito comic that I had. I say comic, it's more like a tome. But I also got something pretty interesting else to show you.
And we knew in a few seconds that we were in St. Mary's Hospital. Attendants were grouped about in tense curiosity, eager to aid our memory by telling us how we came there. And we soon heard of the farmer who had found us at noon in a lonely field beyond Meadow Hill, a mile from the old burying ground, on a spot.
So this was technically my first Junji Ito manga. I didn't get to read Tomei or Uzumaki until like way later. This is one that I actually got for a Christmas present. This is Fragments of Horror. It's a compilation of some Junji Ito short stories, all put together. It has some pretty impressive artwork too. Like, it has some stuff that
Then he said we were the victims of a vicious bull.
that really makes you
The animal with a difficult thing
get a little crazy.
After the doctors and nurses had left,
I'm trying to find one that's like okay to show because there are some stuff that's a little
those scars.
sus.
Was it like that?
I'm sure this is probably fine, right? You know, like this one right here.
When he whispered back from the thing I had half expected.
Like, you can see like the grotesqueness that this is going for. It has like a lot of like body horror, a lot of stuff that you would
It had shapes.
that you would probably get nuts about.
There were eyes and a blemish.
The only issue is that there's like
The maelstrom. The ultimate abomination.
there's some stuff that here that contains a bit of nudity. So obviously I'm not going to show a lot of it. But it is a pretty cool thing to look at if you want to see like how tormented some of these works can be. You got one where there's a cursed futon that makes someone have really bad dreams. There's a dissection class that has the most unusual stuff. A funeral in which the dead are definitely not laid to rest, but they are definitely still present. Like, some of these are silly, some of these are horrifying, and overall, they make for a good read if you want a little difference here. So it's called Fragments of Horror. It's a real nice bite-size book for those who want to get into Junji Ito. Real nice compilation. And for like $18, you really can't go wrong. Honestly, you can. So that's all I have to show off today. But we'll get some more treasures down the road. Hopefully some retro ones. Now then, before we do anything else, we're coming up in the hour mark, so let's take a bit of an intermission right now. So get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom and get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. Sorry about the wait, folks. Hope you guys are all situated. Now then, I say let us start this occasion with the adding of some creepy stories. Since this has been a long time coming, let us start off with something a little simple. Let me just get everything all set up. And let's go. This one is called Shaku-sama, the 8-foot-tall lady. So this should be interesting. Enjoy.
In the summer of 1970, Kana, an 8-year-old girl from Tokyo, and her parents traveled to the small town of Aya in Miyazaki Prefecture to visit her grandparents. They had a small house and a large property which Kana reveled in running around and exploring the lush green and overgrown countryside. Kana's parents had left her in the care of her grandparents as they tended to some commitments in the city of Miyazaki itself, which Kana did not mind at all. She loved the freedom of being in the wide open spaces outdoors, and would disappear for hours into the surrounding forest. It was on the second day her parents were gone that Kana had her first unfortunate encounter with Shaku-sama, the 8-foot-tall lady. Kana was just inside the edge of the forest, happily collecting rocks to take back as souvenirs, when she heard a disturbing sound. Po, po, boom, po, po, boom. It whispered in a deep masculine voice. Kana looked up towards the source of the sound and froze in fear when she saw a huge woman dressed in all white, with hair as black as a raven, a cold grey face with an unsettling smile, and a huge hat.
Say, fellas, when you say that you really want an 8-foot-tall woman as your mommy, is this what you guys envisioned? I'm curious because I feel like this would probably be a deal breaker for a lot of people.
That cast a shadow all the way down her long, 8-foot-tall frame. Kana and the woman locked eyes briefly as Kana tried to find her voice to call out, but she could barely breathe, let alone make a sound. Then the woman backed away and disappeared into the dark shadows of the forest behind her. Kana, struggling to get her legs to work properly, ran back to the farmhouse immediately and told her grandma what she had seen.
Will they
Once
believe
Kana's
her?
story had been properly relayed and the gravity of the situation set in, her grandma's demeanor quickly became deadly serious. She grabbed Kana by the arms and demanded to know exactly what she had seen and heard. As Kana explained, her grandma began to weep. The grandmother quickly relayed what had happened to her husband, who, in shock, rushed to the phone to try and contact Kana's parents. They were not at their hotel, and so a message was left with the concierge. Kana, now scared and confused, asked what was going on and why everyone seemed to be in such a panic. Her grandfather sat her down and stared deep into her eyes. "Listen closely, Kana," he started. "It seems you've been chosen by Shaku-sama, and unless we can protect you, she will abduct you, like she did several other children in this area.
That's
decades
creepy.
ago." Kana was now in tears. What she had just been told terrified her, yet she couldn't help but want to know more. "Who is Shaku-sama?" she then asked.
I have a feeling you're
Her
not going to like
grandfather
the
went on
answer.
to explain. "No one knows her origins," he said. "Only that this 8-foot woman selects her victims by quietly approaching them, then chanting a po, 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 po sound before retreating. Within a few days, that person will disappear."
Yikes.
She was supposedly captured by some local monks, who imprisoned her in an old shrine by placing a Jizo statue at north, south, east, and west points of the ruins. It appeared, however, that somehow Hachishaku-sama has escaped. Kana was then taken into the most secure room in the house. The windows were boarded up, and small balls of pure salt were placed in each corner of the room. You must not leave this room, not under any circumstances, her grandmother strictly instructed. Never? Kana's voice trembled. Not until your parents return to take you home, she replied. Then I'll be safe? Kana asked. Yes, her grandmother sighed as her gaze dropped to the floor. Then you'll be safe. However, you can never ever return to Miyazaki.
Oh no.
Kana began to cry as her grandmother left the room. Don't leave me, she wailed. Her grandma explained that she could not stay within the room, and for Kana to be sure to lock the door once it was closed.
That has to be creepy for a kid like that.
Night fell over the countryside, and Kana, alone and cold in the dimly lit room, sobbed quietly, wondering when her parents would return to take her home. Several hours into the cold night, she heard her grandfather call out to her. Kana, are you okay? If you're scared, I can come in to keep you company. You don't have to be all alone. Open the door, he said.
I don't like the
Kana
sound of
leapt
that.
up and moved over to the door to unlock it, but then was overcome with an icy chill as she approached and realized that something was wrong. Her grandfather's voice was somehow different.
Don't
Open
open the door.
Her grandfather asked again. It's safe now. Kana looked to her side, and she could see the salt in the bowl slowly turning black as she heard
That's
the
not
sound. Pull, pull, pull.
Do not open that door.
Emanating from the other side of the door.
Do not open that
She
door.
backed away into the center of the room and cried uncontrollably for the rest of the night. Morning eventually arrived, and so did Kana's parents, who quickly took her into their arms and into their car. They exited Miyazaki immediately, sadly, never to return.
That is sad.
Once back in Tokyo, Kana kept in touch with her grandparents, and she felt an eternal sorrow that she would never be able to visit them again, and that they were too elderly to travel. This sorrow was even further amplified when several years later, her grandfather passed away, and she was unable to attend his funeral. Then, just last week, Kana's grandmother called to give her some terrible news. She had been diagnosed with cancer. Her grandmother then asked Kana if she would come see her one last time before she died. Kana was confused. But, Grandma, she started, it's not safe. It's fine, her grandmother went on. That all happened a long time ago. You're all grown up now. I'm sure it will be fine. Are you sure? Kana asked. I'm sure, came the reply, along with the bone-chilling pull, pull,
Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone.
which made Kana drop the phone, retreat into the corner of the room, and relive the horrific feelings she had felt that night when she was in her grandparents' home, alone, in the dark.
That is actually kind of horrifying. Imagine being cursed so badly that it's going to haunt you until the day you die. Or until an 8-foot-tall woman snatches you away. It's like no matter what she does, no matter where she goes, no matter how many times she screams, no one will come to her aid. Well, that was neat. Let's see. What else can we watch? Now, the next one is actually pretty interesting. And one I never heard of before. This is called The Housewife's Secret. So this should be another interesting watch.
Tomoko closed the bedroom door on her husband. He was lying face up, motionless, struggling to breathe. She made her way out of the house and into the evening twilight. Down an alley, through a small clutch of trees, and up the ancient stairs to a local shrine. She tossed 5 yen into the offering box, clapped twice, and then prayed. The thoughts quickly overwhelmed her, and she dropped to her knees, sobbing. She let out a moan in pain and sorrow and dropped her head once more, weeping all the while. And then a dry old man's voice spoke to her from the shadows. "You're in great pain, I see. I can help thee for a fee." "My husband is dying," she croaked back. "There's nothing you can do." "So you've given up then, have you?" "I think not. If you had, you would not be here." She knew he was right. This voice from the dark beneath the shrine. She also knew she had nothing to lose. So she bit. "What do you want in return?" she asked wearily. "Flesh." "Flesh? What do you mean?" she asked. "Like goat or cow's meat?" "No," the voice began. "Human flesh, a higher form of sacrifice. Provide the flesh, and I will provide a talisman." This is absolute madness, she thought, but she was willing to try anything. To lose
I have
her
a feeling
husband
that
would be
it's not going to
losing
work
her
out the way
entire
she
world.
thinks it is.
"Show me this talisman, then," she demanded. And he did. From the darkness below, a golden glint caught her eye. It became more glowing and beautiful as it moved closer to her, and she reached out for it. "No," snapped the voice. "First, the flesh." "I shall return," she committed. "And you shall give me the talisman." Her expression turned. "Or I will gut you like a fish." "Stay calm, young lady," the voice beckoned. "You'll need a clear head to complete this task." A day passed, and later that night the lady stepped from within the trees and made her way up the stairs to the shrine, her arms wrapped as if she was carrying a small child. She clutched it closer as another person on their way down passed her side. Arriving at the shrine, she knelt down and spoke. "An arm for a talisman." Nothing. There was no reply. She knelt lower and could hear the sickly slurping sounds of something like a slug slithering towards her. "An arm for a talisman," she spoke louder. And then the slurping stopped, and a small voice spoke out. "You have it then, do you? Show me this arm." Tomoko unwrapped the cloth she was holding to reveal a fresh, bloody, human arm.
Damn.
"Good," croaked the voice. "Pass it down to me." "The talisman first," she demanded. A small rectangle was pushed from out of the shadows, along the floor by a small, gnarled hand. The same hand quickly snatched the stained cloth package, and then disappeared back into the pitch black. Tomoko clutched the talisman to her chest and swiftly ran off into the night.
But wait, hold on. Hold on. The talisman that she saw was glowing gold. That one's clearly made of stone. So why was it gold, but they gave her a stone talisman? That makes no sense. I'm not exactly a gambling man or nothing, but something tells me that she got gypped.
A week had passed, and Tomoko firmly believed that once she had placed the talisman by her husband's bedside, his condition had improved. He was no longer in a silent and comatose state. He would often moan and gasp, as if trying to communicate with her once more.
Oh boy.
She pondered the possibility of attending the shrine once again and cutting another deal in the hopes of even further expediting her husband's recovery.
Oh crap.
Then,
Don't do it.
a knock at the door broke her train of thought. Who could this be? She silently questioned. She opened the front door to a police officer who was opening his wallet to reveal his badge. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am," he spoke as he flashed his credentials. "I'm Constable Iwasaki from the Kotocho Division. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?"
Oh
Stared at
boy.
his badge, and then deep into his eyes, silently, just staring at him. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?" She snapped out of it. No, of course. Please, go ahead. What's this about?
Oh, what the? What just happened? Oh, joy. My browser crashed for some reason. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. I've never had that happen before. That's actually the first time my browser has actually decided to give up on me. I don't have that many tabs open, honestly. So it's kind of weird that it would crash on me like this. I'm using Opera GX, if you guys are wondering. This is going to take a minute, I think. I apologize for that, folks. That usually never happens. This is the first time it's happened in so long. I'm not going back to Microsoft Edge. Like, that's just it. And I don't like Google Chrome. That site eats up RAM so much that you may as well have 500 tabs open. I'll have to fiddle around with it to see what happens later, but let's see if we can get back into the show. Well, that's a spirit breaker. That's the price you do when you do a subathon. You kind of throw yourself on the wayside. Alright, let's see. Wait, why is Duolingo doing something like this? I had no idea that Duolingo was doing an event. Didn't really care for it much. When Duolingo said that they were going to use AI to do a lot of translations, that's when I just gave up. I'm like, nope, I do not want any part of it. So I just turned it off. Alright. Hold on, folks. Let's see if I can get us back where we left off. Alright. I think it's working now. The only issue is that we lost our place, so let's see if I can find it again. I think it was right around here. Let's turn it on.
You have a few questions. She stared at his badge, and then deep into his eyes, silently, just staring at him. I'm sorry, ma'am. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? She snapped out of it. No, of course. Please, go ahead. What's this about? Thank you. Look, there's been a dead body found in the area, and we were wondering if you may have seen anything suspicious or have noticed anything at all out of the ordinary in the last week or so. Why, no. Nothing at all, she quickly responded. Are you sure? Please, think hard now. No. Do you know who the person is? The body you found? Yes, it's been identified. It was a person who was here on business from out of town. The next of kin has been located and notified. Oh, good, she said somberly. I'm glad the family know. She then began to close the door on the officer. Look, he began. Here's my card. Please call me if you see or hear anything that might help us. The door closed before he could hand over the card.
Oops.
Tomoko retreated back into her house, slightly shaken by what she had been told, but trying not to let it sink in. She decided to retire early that night. however, would fail to sleep soundly, much like any other night.
A guilty
in recent
conscience,
times.
perhaps?
It didn't take long before her mind was made up. The sleepless night was the catalyst, and she found herself on her knees at the shrine once more. The creature came forward from the shadows and had happily entertained her request. A larger piece of flesh was the asking price this time, for a talisman twice as strong. She committed, and returned the next night with a severed leg, fresh, bloody, and quickly snatched by the creature beneath in exchange for a talisman twice the size, and purportedly twice the power. Tomoko, clutching the talisman close to her chest, walked swiftly into the woods, disgusted with herself for what she had done. She kept drilling into her mind, though, that it would all be worth it, if it meant saving her husband's life.
I have a feeling it's not
A
worth
week
it,
had
though.
passed, and her husband's condition had still not improved. In fact, she was convinced that he was getting worse. She was furious. Caring for her husband was a full-time job, continuous changing of his dressings and constant administration of drugs to alleviate the pain. It was all slowly taking its toll on her. She had not eaten in several days and was beyond hungry, feeling frail and angry, so left the house to buy groceries from a night market. It was on her way there that she saw the poster. It was pleading for any information on the multiple murders in the area. Police claimed they were following up several leads, however were demanding local citizens to remain vigilant and not to venture out alone, especially at night. Tomoko immediately grew anxious and half ran all the way back to her apartment. She closed the door behind her, dropped her bags, and fell back against the door. A large moan came from the bedroom beyond, her husband needing attention. And she slipped down onto her backside, hung her head, and cried. She was at her wit's end and didn't know how she would be able to carry on. Early the next morning, she was a nervous wreck. She hadn't slept as her husband had been crying out in severe pain throughout the night. She needed to find some peace, so decided to make her way to the shrine once more, to pray and attempt to find some comfort in doing so.
I'm guessing
Just
it
as
didn't
she
work
was
out.
about to step out of the wood, she saw several police cars at the shrine and officers in every direction, scouring every inch of the surrounding grounds.
Oh boy.
She peered through the leaves, her face hidden in the shadows, and then decided to return home as quickly as she could. As she turned, a police officer was blocking her exit. She let out a small cry at the shock of seeing him. "I'm sorry to startle you, miss," the officer began. "This area has been designated a crime scene and is off limits to the public. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Tomoko looked over at the shrine. Officers were carting black plastic bags from underneath the shrine to a nearby van. "Oh, I see," Tomoko managed to get out. "What happened here?" "We've apprehended an old homeless man who had been living under the shrine." "A homeless man?"
A homeless
Tomoko
man?
was confused. "Yes, we strongly believe he may be connected to the murders in the area. I shouldn't share this, however, the decaying remains of several skeletons have been found along with him." "Several?" She gasped for air as the words left her mouth.
Oh,
"Yes,
fuck.
it appears we have found our man. Please head back home now, and practice some discretion until some official statements are made." "Of course," Tomoko replied. And
I
then
would
fled
not
back
be
to her
calm in the
home
slightest
just as
about
several
that.
news teams began to descend on the area. She returned home and cried. She had been fooled. The talismans were worthless, tricked by a filthy, deformed, cannibalistic homeless man.
She's been
Her husband
gypped.
groaned from the room beyond. She winced at the sound. She was done. She had no idea what to do with him. She knew the end was near. That evening, she tuned into the local news with an odd feeling of guilty anticipation. And then she saw it. She saw several other local people had been arrested for murder. They had apparently all been regular visitors of the shrine, and they had all
Oh,
fallen
that's
for
when
the
they
old man's
were about
demands.
to find out, huh?
Like Tomoko, they all thought they had been communicating with a higher deity, and if they were compliant to its commands, they would get what they wanted. And also, like Tomoko, they had all been fooled. A huge moan came out of the bedroom, and then silence. Tomoko couldn't pull herself away from the television though. Not yet. Not until she had heard it all. She watched to the end, then switched it off, and sat in silence. They were all going to be tried for murder, and she rose to her feet. But not her. No, not her. She walked into the bedroom. Her husband's blanket had fallen off his body. He wasn't breathing. He was dead. She stared at his lifeless form, missing an arm and a leg.
What? Holy fuck. Did she really amputate her own husband in the hopes that it would actually save him? Jeez Louise. That is just insane. Wow, like, I have never heard a story like that before. That is crazy. Like, how do you even go from there? I can understand, like, being desperate to save someone. But the fact that he had his arm and leg cut off, and that she was the one who did it, like... But what about the other murders? Like, was she not gonna be caught? There's so many questions. What happened? How did this even happen? Fascinating. It's just fascinating. Anyway. That was pretty cool. Let's continue to the next one. Now, the next one is called Tomino's Hell, which is another story that I'm a little unfamiliar with, but it's another Japanese urban legend, so this should be interesting. Let's see what this one's all about.
Late 90s Saturday nights in the outskirts of London, England, from 7 to 10 p.m. aired the Underground Solution show on 1096 FM. It was prime time, and the program had an extremely large and loyal following that tuned in each week to listen to the bizarre mix of ambient tunes, experimental music, and general commentary and banter. On June 13, 1997, a horrible incident occurred at the station, to which there were no witnesses, and the events that took place could only be pieced back together from the show's tape recordings. At 7 p.m., the show began as usual at the conclusion of the ambient zone, with the presenter of that program exiting the station and leaving the host of the Underground Solution, Jarvis Maddox, alone. It was the last time anyone ever saw Jarvis alive. For the next 90 minutes, an eclectic mix of random noises was conveyed across the airwaves. That was until the phone rang, and Jarvis had received his first call of the night. The caller spoke curtly.
"You should have received my letter today. Why won't you read it?"
Jarvis was confused. What letter? I didn't receive any letter.
"Liar,"
the voice spat back.
"Is this how you treat your loyal fans?"
Wait a second, Jarvis started. And then the line went dead. He stared at the console for a moment before apologizing to his listeners, and then asked them to stay tuned for the new music ahead, when he heard a crash from the station offices. He turned the music back up and went to investigate. He called out once, then twice, to no reply, before turning the light on and making his way down the hallway towards the offices. He turned another corner and called out again, to no reply once more, before flicking the light switch on and quickly scanning the room. There was no one there. There was, however, a large stack of records on the floor that had fallen off a desk, and as he approached them to pick them up, another stack fell to the ground. nearly giving him a heart attack. He laughed and then grabbed a bunch of them. As he did so, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a letter in his pigeonhole. One he was sure wasn't there when he came in. Or was it? Returning to the desk, just as the song was ending, he faded out the music and flicked the microphone back on. He then told the listeners that the previous caller was absolutely right. He had indeed received some mail. Tearing it open, he noticed that there was no return address, and that the paper stock it was written on appeared to be handmade, like old Japanese washi paper. He informed his listeners that it looked like someone had sent him a poem entitled Tomino's Hell. His eyes scanned it, and he quickly realized that this was no ordinary poem. It was horrific. He read the first verse to give his listeners a taste of its tone. The elder sister vomits blood, younger sister's breathing fire, while sweet little Tomino just spits up the jewels. He then stopped and then asked them for a quick poll by calling in if they wanted to hear more. He set a song to play while continuing to read the rest of the poem to himself. It was disgusting, shocking, and pure evil it seemed. However, something compelled him to go on. As he sat back in his chair, his switchboard rapidly lit up, and he was pulled out of his trance and was convinced his listeners wanted to hear more. He answered a few calls, and each and every one of them begged to hear the poem. All bar one. A lady's voice, almost in tears, pleaded with him not to read it aloud on air. She explained that the poem was based on an old Japanese curse, and that if read out aloud, Jarvis would surely die, and his soul would suffer eternally in hell.
I would not read
Jarvis
that then.
thought this was hilarious. The lady was now in...
Okay. Guys. I'm not a very religious man. But if someone were to call me in the dead of night that a poem is going to kill me if I read it aloud, I'm probably going to listen to that person and not do it, because I've seen enough horror movies to know where this is going. Like, I'm looking at this right now and I'm going, evacuate, burn the paper, do not read anymore, because the only person that knows what's going on is this woman. You probably already know what's about to happen.
In a panic, and tried desperately to warn him of the horrible repercussions before he laughed her off and hung up. Jarvis then went on to read the poem in its entirety that night, and what happened next will never fully be explained. Over the next hour, an unprecedented amount of unfortunate events occurred in the city of London. However, it was never confirmed just how many of the victims had been listeners of the show. It was written off as a mere coincidence by the authorities. However, in the months that followed, the general public could not understand how so many people from so many walks of life could fall ill, have horrible accidents, and some even die in such awful ways so quickly. The radio broadcast had fallen silent soon after the reading of the poem that night, and Jarvis himself was found deceased at his desk, his entire head severed off, with such clean precision, it still baffles
What
medical
did I
professionals
just
to this
tell
day.
you?
And the poem he had read aloud, well, that was not found at the scene. It had vanished, without a trace. A week later, after a brief hiatus, the station came back on air and continued to broadcast, with the host of the show that was once prior to Jarvis's taking over the primetime slot of 7 to 10. Never once failing to open the show in Jarvis's memory by reading a brief prayer from his notebook made from old Japanese washi paper.
That's concerning. Also, I don't like the way he's looking at me like that. Like, look at this face. This face, right here. The way he's looking at me. Like, he's giving me that side-eye glance that says, hey, I wear running shorts. You know the kind of face I mean. Well, that one's definitely horrifying, and maybe this is a sign not to read poetry on the air. So this next one is actually a story that I'm pretty familiar with. It's the tale of Teki Teki, and definitely a very depressing kind of story. But I'm gonna say right now, it's probably pretty interesting, so you might like it. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Also, let it be known that the Crimson Sakura Lounge does not condone bullying in any sort of way. If you do feel like you're a victim of bullying, be sure to contact your local hotline or make sure that you talk to a therapist about this, because it does affect a lot of people and you all deserve to be safe.
The cold December morning bit at Shio's cheeks and stung her eyes as she stepped out into the street from her home, with the door quickly snapping shut behind her. Her mother called to her from behind the door. "Shiho, don't forget the cake. Your father is coming home early tonight especially. Make sure you get it early. Whatever you do, don't get caught up in the peak hour rush." The cake. Her father's birthday, of course. It had to be this week of all weeks. The week she and some of her classmates had been assigned to clean the school drains after lessons. She didn't dare tell her mother the reason why. She grunted back to her mother before lifting her scarf over her nose and mouth and setting off for the train station. It was a 10-minute walk to the station. However, it always felt a lot longer no matter what the weather, due to the large stairway that required ascension from the front of the apartment block to the busy streets beyond. Shiho made it to the station just as the train was arriving. She had seemed to have managed to develop somewhat of a sixth sense with regards to when the trains would be arriving, and happily stepped into the warmth of the train car's steel shell. Her school, however, was not as luxurious. It was fully equipped with working heaters. However, the school opted not to switch them on, as they were never able to secure the budget to run them. You could be sure, though, that the principal's office did not feel the pinch of the purse strings, though, and Shiho had managed to find this out firsthand when she was brought in front of him in the week prior to explain why she had colluded with fellow students in order to cheat on a test. Shiho was in fact innocent, but a cruel twist of fate saw the notes that were passed around end up in her hands right as the teacher looked up from her book. She had no defense. Being the child of a Japanese mother and an American father already put her in a lower class among the eyes of the purest faculty.
Ah, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Yeah, so, turns out Japan has a bit of a stigma about certain things. I would say it's a different time, but it's more like a different culture, and, you know, take what you see with a grain of salt. Just, you know, I think the biggest lesson we should all learn is, don't be a dick. That's like the best lesson that I can give anyone.
Plus, she was an average student at best, so the need to cheat was indefensible. She was at a loss, and once the other tests had been collected, those students' papers showing the answer on the note, which was incorrect, were also to be punished in line with Shiho. At 3 p.m, lessons were adjourned and they got to work. It was hard and filthy work. The heavy concrete drain covers had to be dragged back, and then the drain walls and floor were scraped to remove the clammy, deep green muck that had been growing there over the summer. This was then shoveled into a bin to be dumped out later. From the very first cover, Shiho and her classmates were well and truly over this laborious task, and an hour in, tempers began to flare. It was getting dark. and the cold began to numb their fingers and toes. Kasu, one of the rougher boys in the class, snapped, and he screamed at Shiho that this was all her fault. He yelled that a pure-blood Japanese person would never have gotten them caught, so she should just do them all a favor and die. He punctuated this with a large shovel full of cold, dark scum, which exploded into her face and leached into her hair and clothes. The entire class erupted into a cacophony of laughter as she stood there in stunned silence.
If any of you have watched the movie Carrie, this will be the moment where you can blame them for being a villain at this point. Like, if anyone deserves a villain arc, it's probably her. I know how I would feel about that, but I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut about that.
Trying to process what had just happened. A feeling of pure rage overcame her, and she screamed out at the entire group before turning and running off into the darkness. Kasu shouted at her repeatedly to get back to work, and that this was her fault that they were here, until she was out of sight and long gone. She ran all the way to the train station and stood on the platform, crying, not caring about the myriad of disapproving looks she was garnering from all around her. She just wanted to get home and get into a nice hot bath. People gave her a wide berth, which she thought was just great. Perhaps she would even get an entire train car to herself. Then she remembered the cake. Her mother's words about avoiding peak hour echoed in her head. However, she had no choice. It was either return home with it or return home without it, ruin her father's birthday, and explain the events that contributed to the reasons why. She tidied herself up in the train station toilet as best she could, and then went to collect the cake. The cake shop owner asked her to stand outside as she went to get her the cake, Shiho getting zero sympathy from the owner. By the time she had made her way back to the station platform, the entire area was ridiculously crowded. Perfect, she thought. Of course, this day had to turn out in every way I could have possibly imagined I didn't want it to. Her fellow commuters, also tired and impatient from their own taxing time in their own small world, made it very clear to Shiho that she reeked of a foul odor and needed to keep away from them. On the platform, she was bustled around repeatedly, and she was mindful of not losing her balance or crushing the cake.
Okay, that's just rude.
Though, for as the train approached, the crush of humans had pushed her right to the edge, and with no hands free to hold on to anything or anyone, she fell right into the path of the oncoming train.
God.
The driver slammed the brakes to full, and the tunnel was filled with the ear-piercing shriek of steel on steel as her body was barreled underneath the train and sliced in half across the torso. Everything then fell silent for Shiho. Her parents were devastated. Their only child, gone forever. And from this loss, they never truly recovered.
I don't
Her
blame
school
them.
friends, however, got over the loss very quickly. In fact, not even a day had passed before jokes began to circulate about her death. Things
Okay,
like,
that is just
she's not
disrespectful.
half the girl
Like,
she used to be, and her funeral was probably 50% off.
okay, like, these guys are dicks. Like, they are really dicks. Like, how fucked up do you have to be to where you find out that a classmate of yours was killed, and then you just make fun of it the very next day? That is just so... You know, I really try my best not to cover deep topics, but whenever something like this happens, I can't help but voice my opinion about it. Like sure, like, you don't have to like everyone around you. You know, that's fine if you don't like everyone. But if someone's gonna be treated like that, like, don't treat them like they were nothing. Don't just throw, like, jokes like that out of the wild. That's a no-no.
All very cruel, and all way too soon. They, however, all thought it was hilarious. Their last day on Earth, though, was spent finishing off the last of the drain cleaning before they all headed off to the station to catch the train home. They had finished quite late, and by this time the station was deserted, or so they thought. As they sat in silence, exhausted from the afternoon's labor, a chilling teke-teke sound echoed through the tunnel and made them all turn to each other in shock.
Uh-oh.
What the hell was that? One of the boys asked. No idea, another said. Then they heard it again. It's coming from over there, one of the girls screamed as she pointed off into the darkness. Again, the sound became even clearer as the features of the silhouette they were fixated on slowly came into view. It was Shiho, and she was dragging herself along the ground with a huge scythe in her hands. The students tried to run, but Shiho was too fast as she launched herself at them and sliced each and every one of them in half as they screamed for their mothers to help them. It was a massacre. As they all lay there dying in a massive pool of blood, Shiho laughed and said, "So now you know how it feels to be half Japanese."
Damn. You know what? I don't mind that one. Like, that one was actually like a bittersweet kind of ending, but you know what? That is actually pretty interesting. Like, a lot of these, I have seen like quite a few of these stories being revolved around like actual events that happened. And I feel like when something like this, they probably didn't think that this was going to happen to them. But surprise, surprise. Karma has a very interesting way of catching up with you. So that was pretty interesting. Not bad, not bad. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Okay. Now this is another urban legend that some of you might be familiar with. This is about Hanako-san, the toilet child. And while it sounds silly to some, you're about to find out why that's not the case. Also, I would not recommend watching this if you are a constant user of public restrooms. You probably will never poop again. I guarantee you.
After moving across town post her father's redeployment, Yumi Nakamura stands at the gate of Hamakita Elementary to start her first day in her new school.
I've always liked those little red backpacks.
Neither her mother or father were able to attend this first day with her due to their work commitments. So Yumi summoned up all her courage and confidently entered the school grounds. She found her classroom and then greeted the teacher, explaining how she was new and quite nervous. The teacher assured her she had nothing to worry about and stood her out in front of the students in order to introduce her and to request that they all befriend and take good care of her. Two girls at the back made snide remarks about her hair and clothes, which ironically was not so different to their own, and then they decided it would be fun to play a prank on her at recess. Recess came, and the two girls befriended Yumi and asked her if she would like a tour of the school. She said that she would love that, but first, she would love to know where the toilets are. The two girls, seizing this opportunity, tell her that they are located on the 3rd floor. However, she must look out for Hanako-san. Who? She asks. The legend of Hanako-san has terrified Japanese schoolchildren for generations. She is said to be the spirit of a young girl who is known to haunt school bathrooms. Some think that she was a child who lived during World War II and who was killed during an air raid while hiding in a school bathroom during a game of hide and seek. Others think that Hanako-san came to haunt school bathrooms after being murdered by a stranger or an abusive parent. To summon Hanako-san, it is often said that individuals must enter a school's bathroom, usually on the 3rd floor of a school, knock 3 times on the 3rd stall, and ask if Hanako-san is present. If she is there, she will reply with some variation of, "Yes, I am." The individual may then witness the appearance of a bloody or ghostly hand, or even Hanako-san herself. If they do see her, Hanako-san will pull the individual into the toilet, which may lead to a lifetime of suffering in hell. The girls dare Yumi to head to the 3rd floor and knock on the 3rd stall. Trying to appear brave in front of her new classmates and not wanting to be teased, she accepts their challenge and makes her way upstairs. At the 3rd stall, she knocks on the door and nothing happens. She then opens the door. At this point, the other girls push her in. They then wedge the door shut with a cabinet so that she is
another
trapped
bully
inside.
victim.
She screams and cries, but no one hears her, and no one comes to her aid. Eventually, school for the day finishes, and night sets in.
Where are her parents during that
With her
time?
parents working overtime in their new jobs, no one misses Yumi, and she is left there,
Oh, for crying out
alone.
loud.
trapped in the dark for the remainder of the night. The next morning, the girls return to see how Yumi has fared through their prank. After opening the door, they are shocked to see that Yumi is no longer there, and that they are greeted by Hanako-san, who drags them both to a slow and painful death.
Well, I think that's a lesson of not tempting the devil if you can help it. Definitely very creepy. Moving on. I'm definitely gonna be a lot more careful when using a toilet, as I recommend all of you should as well. Because if I saw that in the toilet, I would probably run the other direction. Okay. This one is actually one of my favorites. This is Kuchisake Onna, the slit mouth woman. This is actually a character that is pretty famous among the Japanese horror space, I want to say. So this ought to be a real neat thing. The thing I notice a lot about these tales is that there's a lot of variation between it. And a lot of it is like word of mouth. In the beginning, there's usually like some sort of like tale that is passed on from generation to generation. One mother would probably tell their kids one story this way, and then another mother would tell their kids that same story but with like a different variation. So it's actually pretty interesting, like how these get passed around. Anyways, here's the slit mouth woman. Enjoy.
The legend of Kuchisake Onna, or slit-mouthed woman, dates back to Japan's Edo period between the 16 to 1800s. According to folklore,
Honestly, now looking at her now, I actually think she looks cute. I really think she does. Hey, look at that smile. That's a winning smile right there. And I'm pretty sure that Melina has taken a bit of an inspiration from her. I'm 90% certain that it was. And Melina's one of the few characters I enjoy playing as in Mortal Kombat.
she was a human woman whose face was horrifically mutilated from being slashed through the mouth from ear to ear. Some versions of the tale claim she was the adulterous wife or concubine of a proud samurai. As a punishment for her infidelity, her husband sliced the corners of her mouth from ear to ear. Other versions of the tale include that her mouth was mutilated during a medical or dental procedure, that she was mutilated by a woman who was jealous of her beauty, or that her mouth is filled with numerous sharp teeth. After her death, the woman returned as a vengeful spirit, or onryo. As an onryo, she covers her mouth with a cloth mask, often specified as a surgical mask, or in some iterations, a hand fan or handkerchief. She also carries a sharp instrument with her, which has been described as a knife, a machete, a scythe, or a large pair of scissors. She is said to ask potential victims if they think she is attractive. If they answer no, she will kill them with her weapon. If they answer yes, she will reveal her mutilated mouth. Once revealed, she then repeats her question with, "Even now?" If the individual responds with no, or screams in fright, she will kill them with her weapon. If they respond with yes, she will slice the corners of their mouth from ear to ear to resemble her own disfigurement. An individual can survive an encounter with Kuchisake Onna by using one of several methods. In some versions of the legend, Kuchisake Onna will leave the potential victim alone if they answer yes to both of her questions. Other survival tactics include replying to Kuchisake Onna's question by describing her appearance as average, giving the individual enough time to run away. Though in other versions, she will visit the individual's residence later that night and murder them in their sleep. Sightings of Kuchisake Onna still frequently occur to this day. So take care, for you never know when you might encounter the slit-mouthed woman.
So basically, that's a case of if you run into her, you're already dead. You know, now that I think about it, I wonder how many people actually dressed up like her around the heydays of COVID. Because I'm pretty sure that would have been a good opportunity to do like some kind of iteration or prank of that. Not that it would be a very good prank, but it would be a prank nonetheless. Now, the next one is actually something rather relatable. This is the school at night. And it seems like a lot of these places in Japan, like, it's usually either a school, an apartment building, or some kind of office space, usually. And it's not random by all means. From what I understand, in their culture, they believe that a lot of the demons and ghosts that manifest from these places often manifest in places where there's a lot of negative energy. Stress, depression, anxiety, greed, envy. Like all the typical things that you would find in, a high school, a office space, like even like in a place like a shrine or something like that. They feed off of negative energy, and thus they become these hot spots for restless spirits. Which is why a lot of these urban explorers that you'll see will often go to these places. And I'm also going to say this, like, if you guys do urban exploring, like in abandoned buildings or stuff like that, all I can say is proceed with extreme caution. Make sure you're not going in alone. Make sure you have someone close by to help you out. And don't tempt the devil if you can help it. I want to be well heard on that. Don't do that. Like, let's all try to have a safe and happy Halloween, There's no need for any of us to be the protagonists of our own horror movies. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. Enjoy. Here is The School at Night.
This Japanese urban legend centers around a certain school in Japan. It wasn't the only school to be supposedly haunted. The reason being that there was a time when Japan needed more schools, but had nowhere to construct them due to the limited amount of land available, so they decided it would be best to build them over ancient and forgotten old cemeteries.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. What part of you has a brain where you're processing it and going, well, you know what? This cemetery is really gaudy and very depressing to look at. Why don't we just destroy all of that and put a school building right on top of it? I think I found something that is even more infinite than the universe. Human stupidity. Like, if we end up dying as a species, we probably deserve it.
Soon enough, rumors started to arise that those schools were haunted. At this school in particular, people claim that if you venture onto the grounds at midnight, on the 15th day of the month, there's a definite chance that you'll see and hear weird and unsettling things. For example, it was claimed that the statue at the front of the building would follow you with its eyes. The number of steps to the main doors would change, and the list of odd things gets stranger and more horrific as it goes on. In this specific middle school in Japan, 3 boys and a girl decided to investigate whether or not the rumors were true. Michiko, Shinichi, Takashi, and Hiro met up at midnight near the entrance. Once they all gathered, they went up towards the school gate and jumped over it since there was a chain with a lock preventing them from entering. They safely entered the premises and strode with bravery towards the main entrance doors. They stopped at the statue on the way up to the steps and checked if it really did follow you with its eyes. As they passed by, the only thing they noticed was that it was looking to its left. What did I say? It's all just a stupid urban legend that isn't even real, Shinichi proclaimed. We still have to check some other parts of the legend, so don't say it isn't real yet, Hiro stated with amusement. He had been looking forward to this day for a while. He was a big fan of urban legends, and he wasn't going to miss his chance to live through one. I doubt it.
I have a feeling he's not going to live
You do
through
know
it.
urban legends aren't real, right? Don't crush his dreams just because you're scared, Michiko snapped back. They all then turned and made their way further onto the school grounds. The next thing was the steps that led to the main entrance. It said that when you go back down, the number of steps should change. They walked up and counted 13. They walked down the steps, and to Hiro's disappointment, it was still 13.
Damn it.
Looks like that one isn't true either, Michiko shrugged as they all approached the door that would give them access to the inside of the school.
Don't go inside.
Let's not give up hope yet, Hiro muttered. Shinichi groaned in annoyance. Why can't we just leave? We already proved 2 of them weren't real. Everything else is probably going to have the same result.
We don't know that.
Ah, don't tell me you're just scared like Takashi, Michiko chuckled. Shinichi scoffed. Of course not. It's just ridiculous we broke into our school in the middle of the night just to prove this urban legend is real. While you guys argue, I'll be going inside, Hiro stated as he entered their middle school.
Don't go in there.
Wait, how did you open the doors? Takashi asked as he followed Hiro in. Weirdly enough, it was already open. Maybe the ghost foresaw our visit, Hiro responded. The school had an eerie
That's not something to be
atmosphere,
happy about.
unlike its usual cheery mood during the day. They made their way to one of the laboratories for the next legend. It said that if you turn on the faucet, instead of water pouring out, blood would take its place. Hiro excitedly turned on the faucet. The rest were pretty sure it was fake, but looked on in anticipation nonetheless. The only thing they saw was water rushing out like it normally would, and the disappointment that quickly filled Hiro's face. There's still one more to go, Michiko tried to keep some hope. Hiro put on a determined face. You're right. He led the way to the final part of the legend, the bathroom. The legend states that if you enter the last stall, a rope will come down from the ceiling and circle around your neck. This time, as they approach the bathroom...
Okay, Look, guys. If there's a legend that says if you go into a bathroom stall and a rope comes around your neck, that should be a sign for you to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go the other way and live in ignorance. Because I'd rather not get choked out by a ghost in the middle of the night. That is not how I enjoy my day. Okay, so 3 out of the 4 myths have pretty much been proven false. That's not to say that they don't work, but the last one should probably be an indication maybe we shouldn't find out if this is true or not. Maybe we should actually just go the other direction and live our lives like we should. You know?
There was a definite feeling of tension and nervousness in the air. This was different. All those other parts of the legend were harmless, but this could potentially end someone's life. Once they finally made it, everyone seemed to stay still. Even Hiro didn't dare go inside. Michiko groaned in annoyance yet again. I'll go, since no one seems to have the nerve. Let's just get this over with so I can go home. As she began to enter, Hiro took into account the time just to make sure she didn't take too long. It was currently 1 a.m, but it certainly didn't feel like it, as they were all wide awake and fully alert due to the feeling of fear that had crept in over all of them. A few tense minutes passed, and Michiko finally stepped out. What did I say? It's all just a stupid urban legend. Everyone seemed to let out a breath of relief as they figured out there's nothing paranormal going on around the school. Even though Hiro was disappointed the urban legend was fake, he was glad Michiko was in one piece. They all decided it was time to head back and go to sleep in their homes. The school friends happily chatted all the way outside of the school until they went their separate ways. The next morning, the boys each received an unexpected phone call from Michiko's mother. She sounded worried, but the boys didn't understand why she was calling. That's when she clarified her intention. Michiko was missing. She wasn't in her room when she checked in the morning. A certain dread filled Hiro's body. Why was she missing? They saw her go back home last night, so there's no way she could be missing. In the end, they decided to tell their parents about their little adventure in the hopes that it could help Michiko. Their parents contacted the principal of the middle school and held a meeting with all of them. Once at the school, the principal demanded an explanation. What were they doing at the school in the first place? Of course, they explained the situation, but noticed something strange. The statue that was looking to the left was now looking to the right. How could that be? Last night they clearly saw it was looking to the left.
But
out of curiosity, they counted the steps. There were 12 steps, not 13 like last night. Something weird is going on, Hiro said with a note of terror creeping into his voice. He explained what they had seen to the parents and the principal. They looked doubtful, but went along with what he said in case they could find Michiko. They next decided to check the laboratory. Instead of finding an empty sink, they found a sink.
Wait, what?
With dried blood.
Oh, Lord.
In a weird way, the legend was coming true, and Hiro, Takashi, and Shinichi feared the worst. They knew what it meant if the last part of the legend was actually true, but they were still hopeful that it was not.
I have a feeling
they all
they're
rushed
not going
to the
that
bathroom
lucky.
as soon as Hiro explained the last place they went to. With anticipation that they would find Michiko alive, they burst into the bathroom. They checked every stall, and then they reached the last one. Michiko's mother let out a terrifying scream as she saw the scene before her. Poor Michiko was hung from the top of the bathroom stall. Her lifeless body swung from side to side. Her face was pale, and her eyes were open with fear. Her throat was cut all the way around, and her body was soaked with her own blood. Most of the blood was on the floor, marking a dark red pool. Additionally, all of her internal organs and intestines all seemed to have been painfully ripped out of her body, and they all sat neatly in a pile in the toilet bowl. The principal immediately called the police. Michiko's mother was a crying mess. Takashi seemed to be in a state of shock and backed away from the scene. Shinichi kept repeating the same words over and over under his breath. It can't be. It can't be. Hiro looked on with horror and noticed the watch on Michiko's wrist. It was stopped at exactly 1 in the morning. One question remained. If Michiko was dead as soon as she entered the bathroom, then who was the person who came out?
Okay, that one was actually horrifying. Like, that was such a twist that I didn't even expect it. It would have been one thing if it was just, like, a case of, okay, So there's these legends, and they really don't mean a whole lot. And they're just that. But then they pull out a twist where, oh, it actually happened, but it looks like you were tricked the whole time. Like, that is just, like, insane to me. These stories are, like, really interesting in a way that I don't see something like that often. And I feel like more people need to take risks when it comes to making not only tales like this, but also animations like this. Because holy crap, what a way to start off the spooky month, right? Alright, let's see. Now this one is actually an Indian, sort of tale. This one's called The Ghosts of Vidisha, which I'm pretty sure I butchered the name entirely. I have never heard about this one before, and I usually don't look at tales from India all that often, so I'm really curious how this is going to pan out.
The small city of Vidisha in central India was once home to a large pharmaceutical and chemical factory, which was the main industry supporting the area. Late one night, a group of children decided to play pranks around the town. They shot fireworks near houses, scaring residents and causing dogs around the neighborhood to bark relentlessly. As the juveniles made their way around town, they eventually came upon the factory, and just as they had been doing all night, they decided to set off some fireworks to startle the people inside. They set off a few small firecrackers. Then, they decided to light up their largest rocket and launch it into the grounds beyond. However,
I'm just going to say this once, and then never again. If you're going to use fireworks, just act like everyone else and shoot them in the sky. Don't aim it at people's houses, because there's a good chance that you're going to set something on fire.
However, just as they did, the contract security guard came running out towards them, shouting at them to immediately cease their shenanigans. The boy with the firework realized that the security guard was in fact his father, who had been stationed at the factory that night. The shock of this made him throw the rocket to the ground. However, as he did, its main stage ignited, and it launched over the head of his father and into one of the upper floor windows on the main factory wall beyond. The boy's father was furious. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck as his friends all began to turn and run. "Get back here," he shouted, then went on to scream, "I know where you all live." Just as his final words were drowned out by a huge explosion
Saw that one coming all the way.
behind him. The rocket had landed directly into a batch of highly flammable chemicals, which proceeded to set off a chain reaction of explosions. Several of the factory workers died instantly, and several others were suddenly in grave danger as the fire rapidly spread out of control. The rising howl of screams from within echoed into the street outside as the victims slowly burned to death. The group of boys looked on in horror at what they had caused, and the son of the security guard's heart sank as his father released him and ran into the burning building to try and rescue the workers. He was quickly overwhelmed by the intense heat and was never seen again. Months after the tragedy, the burnt structure of the factory was a solemn sight and a tragic reminder for the people of Vidisha of that horrible night and the huge loss of life. The area was completely fenced off and stood in condemned ruin as the council deliberated on what to do with the area. Then, unusual sightings began to occur. Some of the townspeople began reporting seeing what they believed was the figure of a man on the grounds. They claimed the figure looked as if it was patrolling the area and looking after the charred remains of the factory. Some said it was the ghost of the security guard who had died. But every time somebody tried to investigate, the figure mysteriously vanished into the factory's surroundings. As the years went by, the sightings of the ghostly figure became fewer and fewer. Some people still saw him every so often, but none were ever able to get close enough to really find out who he was. That was until one evening, when a young child was taking a detour on her walk home from school and happened to come across the ghostly figure. The little girl walked right up to the apparition and realized it was the ghost of the security guard, who was just standing in place, looking up at the charred structure of the factory. The little girl then asked, "Why do you still remain? You did all you could. You're free to go. The workers don't need you to guard them from danger anymore." The ghostly security guard, without breaking the direction of his stare, replied, "I'm not guarding the factory from the dangers outside. I'm guarding my boy from the dangers within it." The security guard then pointed up towards some of the remaining window frames in the factory. The girl looked up and was frozen in terror with what she saw. There, looking down through the shattered windows, were the ghastly and vengeful faces of all the dead factory workers, wanting nothing more than to seek retribution on the boy that sealed their fate.
Let that be a lesson to any of you pranksters out there who claim that all you're doing is harmless fun. Look at this tale, watch this video in its entirety, and then you tell me, would you feel safe if you pulled a prank that caused a massive destruction, pretty much hurting not only your parent or someone that you know, but everyone who worked in the building, and the ghosts want nothing more than to just get you? This should be a lesson. Don't be an idiot. Don't pull off dangerous pranks like that. Maybe reconsider your life choices. Because holy crap, if I figured that one out, I would give up pranking entirely. I think a lot of these stories should have like some sort of moral or lesson. Like techie, don't be a bully. Hanako-san, don't throw someone in the toilet. The school at night, don't believe everything that you see. And Slitmouth woman, be careful with what kind of woman you talk to. Anyway, moving on. Hey, Mick Schwartz, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your stay. Chill, bro. It's just a prank. Yeah, tell me. Look at this. You tell me it's just a prank if you saw this staring at you in the face, and the only thing that was keeping you alive was a ghost of a security guard that was really trying to keep you from getting eaten alive by ghosts. Then tell me it's just a prank. I think that would be a lesson. Maybe don't do something like that. Maybe let's use our brain for once in our life. Because if I saw that, I would probably stop joking around entirely. And by that point, I would probably turn into Mr. Spock. The most harmless prank ever. Only hundreds dead. Only. It's not like we killed 1,000 people. I mean, this isn't Vietnam. Alright. Let's see. Okay, this one is actually interesting. So the next one we're looking at is another Japanese legend. This is called Bakeneko, the monster cat. They're usually a spirit that usually broods like bad luck and stuff like that. I've only heard this story a couple of times, and if you've played Cyberpunk 2077, you actually get a bit of a teaser about Bakeneko. So this ought to be interesting. So let's play this. Enjoy.
In a small village in Japan lived a man called Takasu Genbei. He lived with his mother and would worry about her every time he went out to work. When he returned home after a long day of hard work, his mother would complain about her loneliness. Seeing her look so forlorn, Takasu decided that his mother would be better off with some company. A few days later, on his way to work, he heard the sounds of a kitten wailing. Takasu inspected behind the bushes and found a kitten laying beside her dead mother. Pity rose in his heart and he decided to adopt the kitten. He took it home and gave it to his mother, who was ecstatic to finally have some company. Takasu was relieved to see his mother looking so happy, and now every day when he returned home from work, it would lift his heart to see his mother so cheerful. Years passed, and one night when Takasu was spending some time with his friends, one of them asked him about his pet cat. Takasu smiled and told them how the cat had brought so much happiness into his household. "How old is your cat?" one of them asked. 7 years old, he replied. His friend clicked his tongue. "You know what they say about old cats?" "What?" Takasu asked. "They develop supernatural abilities. The only way to stop them from becoming yokai is by cutting their tails short."
I would never, in a million years, ever take a cat and cut their tails off if I can help it. Like, I'm just going to say this right now. If you're the kind of person that hurts your pet, you have no respect for me. Cats or dogs. Like, animals have feelings too, folks. Let's try to be a little respectful to them.
"That's inhumane," Takasu said. "I would never hurt my yummy like that." The other friend chimed in. "But you must. It is the only way to stop the cat from harming you with its evil powers." Takasu got up in anger. "I think you both have had too much to drink. I'm going home." When Takasu returned home, the house was plunged in darkness, save for a single lamp burning in his bedroom. He assumed his mother must have gone to sleep and turned off all the lamps and left one on for him. When he entered his room, he gasped when he saw a shadow of a furry monster dancing. The monster paused, and Takasu advanced into the room, only to find some hair near the lamp. He picked it up and inspected the black hairs and realized it belonged to Yami. He went into his...
Well, on second thought, maybe it's best not to have a demon as a pet. They might ask for something a little more than just milk bones and catnip. I notice a pattern with a lot of these horror stories and horror games that involve animals as monsters. It really makes you question a lot of your policy on animal cruelty. Because it's almost like you're forced to make a decision. Do I stay true or do I protect myself? There's never a middle ground.
his mother's room and found her asleep and snoring. He looked towards the foot of the bed where Yami usually slept, and he found the spot empty. Takasu was drunk and tired to the bone. He decided he would be better off looking for the cat when he was sober. The next morning, he searched everywhere for his pet, but couldn't find him anywhere. His mother became quiet and depressed as the days passed on. Takasu offered to get her another pet, but she refused. She started to spend all her time in her room, doing nothing but staring out the window. Takasu wondered if his mother had developed dementia or was sinking into depression. When her friends came to visit, his mother didn't recognize them, nor wish to speak to them. She barely ate any food except for some fish now and then. One night, when Takasu returned late, he saw a shadow of a creature standing on its hind legs with a napkin on its head, dancing about near the lamp. Takasu rushed over to the lamp and again found no one. He bent down and inspected the floor to find more cat fur. It looked like it had belonged to Yami, although he couldn't find the cat anywhere around the home.
You know, I'm starting to think that his mother probably isn't really his mother.
The next day he talked to his mother, who would simply stare out the window and say nothing. He asked her if she had seen Yami, and she looked at him and she hissed. Takasu realized his mother was spiraling into madness at the loss of her pet cat, and decided to never speak of Yami again. The next morning at work, his friend came over and told him he'd gone over to his house to borrow some tools and found his mother behaving strangely. She was licking the oil in the lamp, he told Takasu. She didn't recognize me at all and made hissing sounds when I tried to enter. She's unwell, Takasu said solemnly. I think she's possessed, his friend said. Here's what you should do. Tonight, don't enter your house through the front door. Don't alert her of your presence in any way. Then peek at her through the bedroom window. If she is who I think she is, you will learn the truth. Takasu didn't believe in ghosts and superstitions, but he took his friend's advice nevertheless. He had to know why his mother was behaving strangely. He crept up to her bedroom window and peeked inside, only to get the fright of his life. In place of his mother, he saw Yami, a little bigger than before, wearing his mother's clothes and chewing on the carcass of a rat.
Ma! You turned into a furry. When did this happen? I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. So, you guys still think cat girls are attractive? Well, here's a cat girl. Would you? Like, be honest, guys. Would you? Because that's not exactly what the anime has made us think it is. Like, that's an animal. A really rude animal. Plus, it's eating a rat. Where's the chart? The chart. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I know what chart you're talking about. Let me look it up. Let's see. The furry chart. Okay, let's see. Folks, I'm sure a lot of us are pretty much in the know of what it is. So in case you didn't know, knowing is half the battle. So let's see. Let us look at the chart, so to speak. Is that really as big as it can be? Let me make it a little bigger. There we go. All right. So, in case you guys haven't watched the video, let me give you a quick rundown. If you want to know what a furry is, this will give you an idea. See, if you're right here, and the girl has ears and a tail, but you can still see some human flesh, then that's actually pretty safe. Level 1 is pretty safe. Then we get to level 2. Now, she has fur on her face, and on her legs and arms. But she's still wearing clothes. but she might occasionally take her shoes off. That's a maybe. The furry, which is at level 3, still a little more animal-like, but now she's wearing even less clothes. Level 4 is where they're much more animal-like, but they still have some human semblance. And they're a lot like the characters from Sonic the Hedgehog. But then we get to level 5, which is pretty much, oh shit, what the hell are you doing? Like, you see this. Like, you're basically asking to date an animal at this point. And, believe me, this is one place where bestiality, not exactly the kind of thing we want to support here. So, I think the first 3 levels are okay, in my opinion. The first 2 are pretty much fine. The third is preference. But once we get to 4 and 5, you may need some help. And as for what we just saw, this right here, this is definitely a 5. Like, I know, she's still wearing clothes, but very animalistic and not even showing a hint of humanity. Like, if you're coming across this, call animal control. Actually, don't call animal control. They probably will get eaten.
Takasu entered through the front door and rushed into his mother's bedroom. He blinked, and Yami turned into his mother. Takasu was certain he was hallucinating, and that his friend's superstition had gotten into his head. He tapped his mother's shoulder, and she turned and hissed at him for a mere second. Takasu was certain her eyes were those of a cat's. Takasu reported this incident to his friends, who reluctantly told him that the only way to defeat the yokai was to slay it. Takasu was aghast. There must be another way. What about cutting off the tail? Remember when you said that? He asked. His friends solemnly told him that it was too late. The cat will not show its true self. It is pretending to be your mother now. That is not your mother. Takasu wept. But then where is my mother? If what you say is true, and that thing in my house is Yami, then where is my mother? What happened to her?
I have a
His
feeling you're
friend
not going to
shrugged.
like the answer.
We don't know. First, you need to get rid of the yokai in your house. Takasu returned home, a boning knife in his hand. He entered his mother's bedroom, his hands quivering. "Mother," he whispered. His mother was sitting on the bed, her back to him. Takasu came forward and put a hand on her shoulder. She turned, opened her mouth, and shrieked. Takasu's heart turned cold. He raised the knife and plunged it into her heart. A monstrous scream erupted from his mother's mouth, and in the next instant, he saw the corpse of his dead cat. "Where's my mother?" Takasu screamed at the corpse. "What did you do to her?" He banged his hands on the floor, and then he felt one of the boards move. He gasped and pushed aside one of the boards to find the carcasses of small animals and the skeleton of his mother. Her bones gnawed clean of all her flesh. Takasu cried out in grief. It was then that he heard mewing sounds. He looked to the corner and saw a striped cat with black and white kittens feeding. The cat glared at Takasu, and he realized they were Yami's family. His breath hitched in his throat as the cat pushed aside her kittens and came towards him, crying out a warning. The next instant, she lunged at him. A few days later, Takasu's friend came over to look for him when he didn't turn up for work. They knocked on his door, and he opened it, his eyes vacant. Where have you been? His friends inquired. What happened with your mother? Takasu opened the door wider. Why don't you come inside and I'll tell you everything. The friends entered and wrinkled their noses with the stench of rotten flesh greeting them. What is that smell? They asked. Takasu closed the door and locked it. He turned around, his face transforming into the face of a monstrous cat. He then shrieked and lunged at them.
Guys, whatever you do, do not show this thing to Callie. I think she might get paranoid. I'm wondering if Chibi is a Bakaneko. I mean, she acts enough like a brat to be one, if I'm thinking about it. Like, seriously, bad kitty. They say that if you take in a stray cat, you should probably be careful about it. And, you know what? I think they have a point.
I don't know about you.
Okay, we got one more tale. And then I think we're gonna switch up what we're gonna do. Because we've already taken up like, how long were you taking up? 3 hours. Wow. Okay, so we got an hour to do stuff. Let's see. Alright. Now this next one is called The Skeleton Woman. So this ought to be interesting. I've never heard of this one before, so this is all new territory for me.
Genki was heading back home after spending 6 months away being an apprentice of a blacksmith. His friend Aoki was with him in the boat as they crossed the river to get to their village. Aren't you tired after the long journey? Aoki asked. Genki smiled. How can I be? I'm happy to finally return to my home. Aoki grinned. That smile must be for someone special. Let me guess. Suki. Who else? Genki asked. He had no family and lived all by himself. In the house next door lived Suki with her family. Ever since they were kids, he had been in love with her. She had been heartbroken when he announced his plans to leave, but she knew how important this apprenticeship was for him. You think she's waiting for you after all these months? Genki's smile withered. Suki's family wasn't too keen on her relationship with Genki because he was an orphan, but he hoped his apprenticeship would convince Suki's parents that he was serious about building his future, and so agree to their union. Yes, Genki replied, but he realized he wasn't entirely sure. Suki was young and beautiful and had received many proposals. What were the chances she wasn't coerced into marrying someone her family deemed worthy? He decided to change the subject. What of your wife Hayumi? You must be excited to see her again. Aoki smiled sadly. Unfortunately, she's not well. I am anxious to see her. Don't worry, she'll recover soon, especially now that you'll be with her. When they reached the village, it was late at night and silence had descended upon it. Genki threw an uneasy glance at the house next to his where Suki lived. He couldn't wait to announce his arrival, and he wondered if she had received any of his letters. Genki went inside his home and got into his bed. Exhausted after the long journey, his eyelids grew heavy and he slipped into an easy, deep sleep. It was before dawn when he felt a touch on his arm. His eyes flickered open and he saw, right next to him on the bed, his beloved Suki, carrying a lantern adorned with flowers. You came home. I've been waiting for you all this time, she said softly. Genki felt a burst of happiness when he saw her. I've missed you, he said. I thought that maybe... Suki pulled away a little and placed a hand on his cheek. Never. I belong only to you, my love. And they spent the night together. When morning came, Genki woke up to find the space next to him on the bed empty. He frowned. When he got out of bed, he felt dizzy. He steadied himself and sat down again, blaming it on the long journey he had. He got up again and slowly went about his daily routine. He found work at the local blacksmith and spent hours waiting for his work to be over so he could go see Suki again. By the time he headed home, it was late at night, and there appeared to be no sounds coming from her home. He assumed she must have fallen asleep. Exhausted, he fell into bed once more and got up when he felt a hand on his cheek. He caught the hand. "Suki," he said, recognizing her touch. "Yes, my love," she spoke tenderly. Genki brought her closer, and they spent the night together once more. This went on for several days, and each morning Genki woke up, exhausted and dizzy.
I'm starting to sense a pattern here. I'm not one to deny a beautiful woman, but if something like this happened for several days, and the same result came over and over and over and over again, like, my suspicion would be, like, really high. Like, yeah, he's working late at night, but you would think that she would actually get into there. Japanese yokai have a running theme of shape-shifting and deception. That's because they have a very strict idea of not believing everything you see. Like, it's very easy to be fooled. And they really take that very seriously. You know how when you were a kid, your parents would tell you there's no such thing as the boogeyman? Here, they're saying, not only is the boogeyman real, but you should be careful with what you do so that you don't anger them. That's at least my opinion about it.
Aoki noticed him at the market one day and remarked, "Genki, you look ill. You look like you've lost weight. Is everything all right? Perhaps you need to see a doctor and get your health checked." Genki shook his head. "I'm just overworked. Nothing else. How is Hayami now?" "A little better. How is Suki?" his friend asked. "She's fine. I see her every day." "Have you not asked for her hand yet?" Aoki joked. Genki looked perplexed and revealed to his friend that he saw her every night and that she would leave early the next morning before he woke up. "That is peculiar," Aoki said. "And in all this time you haven't seen her during the daytime." Genki got quiet. "What are you implying?" He grew defensive. Aoki grew closer and threw furtive glances around them. "There's a rumor of a yokai roaming these parts." Genki got angry. "How dare you accuse my Suki of being a yokai? I will not listen to a word against her." Aoki frowned. "I don't mean to offend you, but you haven't seen her during the day, have you?" Genki left without another word, but later at night, he wondered if perhaps there was something odd about Suki after all. "What is it, my love?" Suki asked. Genki caught the hand that touched his chest. "How about tomorrow we go to the garden, around noon? I'll take a break from work then for lunch." Suki smiled. "We'll talk about that tomorrow." Genki's suspicions grew. The next day he waited for Suki to show up at the garden, but she didn't. 2 hours later, he headed towards her house and knocked on the door. There was no response. Finally, he went to his friend Aoki and told him what happened. "How would you feel if I come tonight to your house?" he suggested. "If Suki comes to see you, perhaps I can meet her too." "I'm not sure," Genki said. Aoki sighed. "All right, I'll stand outside the house and look in through the window." Genki wasn't pleased with the idea of his friend spying, but gave in when his friend wouldn't relent. That night, Genki couldn't sleep. His friend had taken up a chair and was sitting outside the house. They were both waiting for Suki to come. Hours passed, and both realized that Suki wasn't going to come after all. Genki grew worried and hoped Suki was safe. He'd almost dozed off when he felt a hand on his arm. He woke up with a start and saw Suki sitting on the foot of the bed, smiling. "Where were you?" Genkai asked. "I've been looking for you the whole day." Were we supposed to meet? Why didn't you come and find me?" Suki appeared confused. Genkai glanced at the window and saw his friend peering at them. Even in the pale moonlight, he could see the shock on his friend's face. Aoki opened the window wider and cried out, "Get away from her! She's a yokai!" Suki gasped and stood. Genkai looked at his friend, and then at Suki, not understanding at first, but slowly, as if a trance was being lifted. He saw her true form. Her skin melted away, showing the bones underneath. Her eyes were hollow, and her grin wide. She was a skeleton, dressed as a woman. He screamed and pulled away from her. Suki still appeared confused. "What is the matter?" Genkai felt an icy grip on his heart. Aoki entered the room, knife in hand. "Stay away from him. Leave this house." Suki cried out in fear and left. "I warned you," Aoki said. "She's a yokai. She's been feeding off you, which is why you've been feeling so tired all the time. She would have killed you had the truth about her not been revealed." Genkai sat back down on his bed, confused and frightened. Had he really been spending the night with a ghost? The next morning, he went straight to Suki's house. He wanted answers. He knocked until the door opened, and Suki's parents came out. Genkai demanded to know about Suki, still not convinced that the ghost that visited him was indeed her. Suki's parents looked sorrowful. "She died the day after you left," her father said. "We forced her to marry someone else. She said she belonged to you, and only you. And so she drowned herself in the river." Genkai was shocked and couldn't believe that his beloved was no more. He walked away, heartbroken. That night, as he lay in bed thinking about Suki, she appeared to him once more, as beautiful as ever, carrying a lantern with a flower design. "What's the matter?" she asked softly. Genkai looked at her, realizing he was no longer frightened. Suki, the woman he had always loved, was with him. "Do you remember what happened to you?" he asked. She looked confused. "You died. You drowned yourself in the river. And ever since, you've been roaming around the living world, waiting and searching for me." In the moonlight, Suki turned into her true form, that of a skeleton woman. She gasped, "I don't remember all that. All I remember is you. That morning when we were supposed to meet, I woke up to see that I wasn't myself anymore. All I could see were my bones. I panicked and I didn't know what happened to me. Then the sun went down, and I no longer could remember what I was afraid of. All I could think about was that I wanted to see you." Genkai wept into his hands. "It's better if you left. You need to find peace." "I can't," she cried. "All I know is I want to be near you. I wake up every day, and the only road I see is the one that leads to you. During the day I'm all bones, but at night when I come to you, I am me again, the woman I used to be." Genkai held her hand, realizing that he too didn't want to part from her. And an idea formed in his head about how he could be with Suki during the day too. The next night, when Suki visited him, he gave her a present. She was in her true form, no longer finding the need to hide from her lover. She opened the box and saw a mask of a woman. "Now perhaps you can come with me during the daytime too. We can always be together." And so, the next morning, Genkai walked with Suki to the market, uncaring what the people around them were whispering. Despite the mask, Suki held a folding fan near her face, feeling frightened. "There's nothing to be afraid of," he assured her. "I will always remain by your side." He hoped he could keep his promise, considering he felt weaker every day. It wouldn't be long until he joined her in death's embrace. Genkai passed by Aoki's store and saw his friend watching him apprehensively. He knew his friend must have known that the woman he was walking with was not really a living woman at all. Aoki returned home after work. It was late, and there was only silence in the village. And now, his home too. His wife, Hayami, had recently passed away, but he hadn't told Genkai about it yet. How could he, when his friend was consorting with a yokai? Still, he wondered what he would have done in Genkei's place. Would he have turned away his beloved too, if she returned from the dead? "Would you?" A soft voice spoke in the dark. Aoki's heart lurched, and he sat up, peering in the darkness. A lantern lit up, and he received a fright. There, in the corner of his room, sat his wife, Hayami. The lantern, adorned with red flowers, glowed in her hand. "I've returned to you, my love," she spoke. And then she grinned, a deathly grin. Aoki shrieked when he saw the flesh melting away, to reveal the skeleton underneath.
You ever shake hands with a skeleton before? I mean, it's kind of romantic in a way. Like, death does not part them. They are together forever. At the same time, though, you gotta wonder, is that really the way you want to spend the rest of your life? Nearly dying as you touch your dead wife's hand and having to give her a disguise so that nobody screams? But I mean, like, if that's what you're into, who am I to judge? We don't shame anyone here. Let's see. Still got a little bit of time left. So, let's see. What other stuff do we got? Okay. So this one isn't exactly a scary... This one isn't exactly a scary video, but it is one that I thought was interesting. So if you remember, when I was doing my Dreamcast whole stream during, like, the summer, we actually looked at a game from on there called The Ring Forgotten Realm, which was a very interesting game, and it was really bad. Like, really bad. But I felt bad for not finishing it because, well, I felt like I didn't give it a fair chance. If I ever hit any of the Subathon goals, maybe I'll play it again. But for now, it's more of a morbid curiosity. But I found out this video where it actually told me that there were more games based on The Ring. And I figured, you know, let's give Sadako a little bit of love this Halloween and look at some of the other games she's been in. So this is The Cursed World of the Ring games, and this is by a YouTuber by the name of Tango Mushi. And they do like a lot of like horror themed games on their reviews, and they talk about it in detail. And I think in this one they actually did an interview with one of the voice actresses. So this ought to be an interesting watch. While that's going on, I'm going to dip out and get something to eat. I'll be right back. So you guys enjoy this. If something comes, or if you see like a VHS tape, you leave a comment down below. I mean, this is a live stream or something like that. I don't know.
You guys, but to me, the Dreamcast was a peak console. It definitely helped me being a Sega kid growing up, but even so, it was a frighteningly innovative piece of technology in its own right, between its incredibly advanced graphics for the time, online functionality in the 90s, and most importantly, one of the strongest game libraries on any console. Sonic Adventure, Jet Set Radio, Shenmue, such a vibrant catalogue that I'm insanely grateful I grew up playing, even if the Dreamcast was one of the lesser popular console choices of that era. But one area I completely neglected growing up was the Dreamcast horror catalog. Anytime I wanted a spooky fix, I just booted up the PlayStation 2 instead, so while I loved this console dearly, scary Dreamcast games are where my knowledge fails me. So what finally made me take the plunge? Learning that one of my favourite movies, The Ring, had an entire video game on the Dreamcast that I never knew about until recent years. The Ring, of course, is a J-horror staple. Whether we're talking the Japanese original movie or its American adaptation, it is a classic of the genre. But when this game dropped, that American adaptation still hadn't released yet. Only the Japanese movie, which realistically you only would have known about if you were super in the know about J-horror. So, that is to say, if you were a Dreamcast owner and a horror fan in the year 2000, this may have been your first ever exposure to what would eventually become one of the most successful and well-known horror IPs ever. Being the J-horror giant that The Ring is, it's actually had quite a number of video games over the years, and it's a rather fascinating deep dive. The Ring Terror's Realm on the Dreamcast was just the first of many, and also the only one to ever release in English. So let's get into it. Let's start our journey through the cursed world of Ring games with The Ring Terror's Realm on the Dreamcast. As soon as we boot up the game, we get an opening that blends the in-game FMVs with footage of the infamous cursed tape from the original Japanese Ring movie. Pretty standard main menu. If we scroll down to the options here, we... Oh. Now, before I'd even realised it, these cartoony stock squelch sound effects set the tone of Ring Terror's Realm frighteningly well. It is a very unserious game, and given that it's a late 90s, early 2000s horror game from Japan, I have a feeling that was not the intention. The opening cutscene showcases this perfectly. It needs to be seen to be believed, and I also staunchly believe this is one of the best cutscenes I've ever seen in a game. We're introduced to Meg, the main character, speaking to her boyfriend Robert. They both got a new job working at the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, and decide to go out for a celebratory drink. But when Meg arrives at Robert's house, she sees a bunch of cops and ambulances, and I'll let the game do the rest.
Hey, miss. No, I'm sorry, you can't come in here. You're gonna have to get out of here. Or do you live here?
What's happened, officer?
What's happened, officer? No, I'm asking you a question. Do you live here? Hello? Miss?
Watch out!
Robert?
Hello? Hey. Hey, stop, lady.
No! No, I can't believe it's Robert! No!
You okay, lady?
Meg! What's going on over there? Like, hey man, what's happening here?
Now hold on a moment, sir.
I know the two of them. They're friends. What happened? I don't believe this.
I see.
Oh, Meg.
Could you explain your relationship to either her or the victim?
Yeah, I know the two of them. They're both my friends. I'm Jack, and this is Robert's girlfriend, Meg.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm
What
sorry.
happened to Robert?
Actually, we don't yet exactly know what happened to him this evening.
You don't know? Isn't this a murder?
Okay.
It's unlikely to be a homicide case.
Not a murder? Then what's that? Did you see his face? What's happened? Oh my god!
Well, we'll get to the bottom of this.
I'm still alive. I'll work for this company without you, Robert. I shouldn't mourn your death forever. Right.
Whew! After losing her boyfriend, mourning him, and moving on from him in the span of 60 seconds, we finally get to see what this game actually plays like. And it'll come as no surprise to you that it is indeed a Resi clone. In fact, the series it was imitating was also its biggest competitor on the console, as Code Veronica released on the Dreamcast only 2 weeks before The Ring Terror's Realm did in February 2000. America got it half a year later, and it never released at all in Europe. Then how am I playing it right now? I do wonder. Though in fairness, Terror's Realm does do some things to give the classic Resident Evil formula a funky twist. You discover pretty quickly that you're able to teleport into a computer program called Ring. As such, the game is divided into 2 styles. The real-world sections focus more on progressing the narrative and dialogue with other characters, whereas the Ring sections are where there'll be more combat and resource management and basically the survival horror side of it. Though I very rarely found myself needing to, well, manage my resources. Item pickups are plentiful and you don't really have to go out of your way to find them either. As long as you're not a killing machine machine mowing down everything in your path, you'll never be short on ammo. I found myself with well over 100 handgun bullets at one point. And speaking of combat, the Ring Thurs realm is a bit of a weird one that way. The majority of enemies in the game are either strange goblin-looking creatures or very aggressive monkeys. We'll get to that later. But their design, as in how they behave as enemies, is very interesting. Well, for one, their movement and animations are awfully sluggish. Assuming you're familiar with classic survival horrors and how they play, this game will feel like easy mode in comparison. Enemy attack animations are so slow and predictable that your window for error is frighteningly generous.
Alright, I'm back.
There are many moments where an enemy was going in for a hit,
Oh,
but
so
I
now
was
we're talking
already
about
halfway
this, huh?
down the hallway running away from them while they were still stuck in the animation. Now, that makes it all sound very easy, but if they do somehow manage to hit you, it can be a problem. The hitboxes are very vague and inconsistent in this game, and this can work in your favor sometimes, when enemies will inexplicably miss when they really shouldn't, but then there's other times where they can stun lock you. It happened about 2 or 3 times in my playthrough, and it always feels a bit unfair. At one unfortunate moment, I was passing through a door into a neighbouring hallway, and while passing through the small door frame, I got sort of wedged between enemies in both of the hallways. Of course, I kept getting stun locked from both sides, so I...
Yes, this is the Ring game. This is, the Ring Forgotten Realm. If you're wondering why there are monsters like this, they explain it in detail, but, just to give you, like, a layman's terms, there were actually some books that were written about the Ring, and I think what happened is that they actually took inspiration from one of the books. And I'm not sure if it's the same thing or not, but, we'll find out.
I wasn't being given any opportunity to help myself. I somehow managed to wiggle my way out, unfortunately taking a lot of damage in the process, but the fact these kind of things can happen at all is not great. But I guess it evens out a bit considering most fights...
I cannot take that splat effect seriously. Like, what? Who listened to this and thought this was okay?
In the game, you can stunlock the enemy too. It really does reduce any strategy or tension in any combat encounter because of that though. So while stunlocking is an overall problem in the Ring Thurs realm, it's one you can benefit from. Silver linings, I guess? Plus, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny that every time Meg is being attacked, they didn't bother to animate her struggling or trying to shake the enemy off, so she just kind of jitters really aggressively.
She's all like... She's just like... It's like she's having a mini seizure every time she gets grabbed.
She seems quite unaffected by everything she sees, actually. It won't take long before you notice that big ol' grin on her face. No matter who she's talking to or what she's doing, she's just beaming all the time, which turns very sinister once you notice she keeps that smile on her face even while killing monsters and seeing her friends in life-threatening danger. One reviewer at the time said, "The question must be asked, what's with that smile?"
Look at it. Gaze into the void and its soullessness. Do you think you will find sanity here? There is no logic or reasoning here. There is only Meg's smile. As she kills, as she watches, she's seen things, and she's done worse.
Regardless of the situation, Meg wears a disturbing Joker-esque leer throughout every scene of the game. Her boyfriend died the day before, she's all smiles. She's faced with a slobbering ape-like creature, big, dopey grin. It's disturbing. In terms of weapons, you've got the basic handgun, a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a grenade launcher. Towards the very end of the game, you find a katana too, but finding it so late means you don't get much chance to use it, sadly. While this might sound like a
Okay, so you get to use a sword. So, that's all the motivation I need. I mean, sword is in my name. I need to play a game that has swords, right?
healthy spread of weapons, once again, all of the enemies operate the same. It's not like the shotgun is more effective against this guy, or the assault rifle is better for this fight. None of the weapons give you any particular combat advantage, so there's not much incentive to swap between these guns at all. This is made worse by the fact going into your inventory to equip a different weapon requires sitting through an almost 10-second fade to black, fade back in, super slow animation, so much so that swapping between weapons is a waste of time, if anything. It feels like they put a bunch of guns in the game because that's what survival horrors do, right? But forgot to incentivize you to actually use them all. It's kind of funny, honestly. Though perhaps what's even funnier than this is the secret weapon the game never tells you about. Towards the very end, I'm talking the last 30 minutes here, you can find parts to build a rocket launcher, the strongest weapon in the game. If you go to the men's bathroom on the first floor while in the Ring computer program, you can blast the door open where you'll find a tasty selection of goodies, almost 200 bullets total and 20 bombs to use as you please. But the kicker is, you can only access this room right before you return to the real world. And your items in the Ring computer program don't carry over to the real world. And there's also no point exploring anymore at that point, and even if you did and you found some items, again, none of it carries over anyway, so this room of goodies is absolutely worthless. It's useless. Yeah. All that aside though, the combat is passable. It's not great, but there's certainly clunkier horror games out there. What might be a little bit harder to get used to than the combat, however, are the controls themselves. The Ring doesn't make any use of the analog stick that the Dreamcast controller had, forcing you to use directional buttons instead, which already feels like a wasted opportunity.
You know, when you make a game and you don't use the analog stick of your controller, it almost feels like you're handicapping your players on purpose. Now, I was playing this game before, and I want to say I played like 2 hours of it, maybe even more than that. And the controls felt stiff. They were so stiff. The actual combat, when you get to do it, is fine, I guess, but it's far from anything good like Resident Evil or Dino Crisis. I played games with tank controls before. I'm used to them. But this one made me feel like I was an actual idiot. Like, is it really me? Or is it the game themselves? Who knows?
Meg's walking speed is far too slow, but then her running speed feels way too fast. Now, running fast doesn't sound like a bad thing, right? And certainly feels fitting for a horror game, but try turning around the bend of the many hallways in this game, and you'll quickly start to see why this is a problem. Meg's turning speed while running is so slow, she's like a car that you have to steer, and it feels very hard to precisely navigate her towards the narrow doors and exits. This sluggish movement also gets in the way during combat. There's no auto-aim here, so you have to pivot Meg towards the enemy to fight them, something that's easier said than done when Meg moves with the urgency of a casual Sunday stroll. When the devs were designing the movement and controls, it doesn't feel like they considered the environments you would actually be moving in. Compare this to the snappy, responsive movement of the classic Resident Evils, games that came out years before this did, and you'll see how this can be quite frustrating. Maybe I wouldn't mind this navigation as much if you were at least exploring more visually interesting locations. You've surely noticed at this point that this game only has 2 color palettes, grey and dark, and this is the extent of what you'll be exploring. Seriously, within the first 20 minutes of playtime, you have seen all of the locations in the game, and 6 hours of playtime later, you will still be exploring these same places, either the CDC or the dark, twisted version of the CDC. And while they're pretty big areas, granted, that's it. You don't feel the reward of going from A to B to C like in other games. What you're seeing here is the entire game. Even within the CDC, the areas are all still quite samey. Every room has that clinical whitish-grey colour scheme, similar shelving, similar lab equipment, and so on and so forth. There's not enough visual landmarks or signage to differentiate one room from the next. So even towards the end of the game, I would still find myself running into a room and having to leave again because, oh, yeah, sorry, I meant to go into one of the other 5 identical doors in this hallway. This results in no real sense of progression, literally or mentally. All this plot is happening around you, but you're still in the same place you were in 5 hours ago, so it doesn't really feel like things are moving much. You might think the Ring computer program will be the more exciting and thrilling answer to this, but no, it's just the CDC if they turn the lights off. You also have to make sure you constantly have batteries for your flashlight, because if it runs out, you're plunged into darkness. This might have been an interesting mechanic if the game didn't end up giving you batteries every 10 seconds, but hey, at the end of the day, I'd rather have too many batteries than too little. I imagine what would push many players to the brink of insanity, however, is the soundtrack. Though it doesn't feel like there's a soundtrack, granted, because 90% of your playthrough is spent listening to just one song.
This song has been drilled into my head for years, and it's still
You'll
pretty
be hearing
annoying.
this a lot. Practically any time you're in the real world, actually, which is where the majority of the playthrough is spent. You know, it's been a few years since I first played the Ring Terror's Realm, but trust me when I say the song has never left me. It's
has never left me.
synonymous with the game itself because of how much it gets drilled into your brain. The funny thing is, the rare few times you do hear other songs on the soundtrack, they're pretty solid. There's a few stinkers in there, like this one track that is a 20-second loop of a jump scare stinger sound effect.
Oh boy.
But the songs that are good are pretty good, and it's an unexpectedly varied soundtrack when it wants to be.
Okay, this one actually sounds pretty good. This one I like. I don't mind this one either. This one actually sounds solid. Not bad. Okay, these songs are actually pretty
these
good.
bangers will only get 5 or 10 minutes of playtime tops, because most of your time is spent in the upper floor labs, so you better get used to those piano stabs. After watching the game, a wildly talented member of our community, Nosferatu, actually remixed this song by slowing it down, lowering it by an octave, cutting back in a few notes here and there, and playing it more softly. It's interesting to see that there's actually a pretty cool song in there somewhere.
Why couldn't we get that song? That would have actually made the game more tolerable. Like, I'm not complaining too much because I didn't really play the game that long, but why? They didn't know how to make a proper soundtrack for the everyday kind of stuff? And the few songs that are actually worth listening to, you only get a few minutes of it. I question the people who worked on this. Like, that actually sounds good. My guess is crunch. I mean, sure, but is that really a reasonable excuse? Like, yeah, you have like maybe a set amount of time to do something like this. But if you're gonna use that as an excuse, like, why are you even making a game to match that deadline? Plus, it's really not that uncommon for games to have delays or being pushed back a little bit. I'd rather a game be late and done well than on time and made into whatever the hell I was playing, like, right here.
Pretty neat, right? Now, I said this game was a Resi clone, and that is definitely what they were going for, but they forgot a crucial part of the Resi formula. Puzzles. There aren't any, really. Like I said, the game is split into two halves, the dialogue-heavy real world versus the gameplay-focused computer program. Sure, the computer program side is where the enemies are and there's a heavier focus on exploration, but puzzle solving, like finding keys to unlock doors or little brain teasers like in other horror games, you don't really do any of that here. The general progression is still go to A, cutscene happens, go to B, kill a few enemies along the way, cutscene happens, rinse and repeat. It's almost endearing how so many of the core elements of a survival horror are missing here. The only constant threads are the story and dialogue. There is a fair bit of yapping here, and whoo boy, this dialogue, it is one of the most incoherent scripts I have read in a long time. The plot isn't even terribly complicated, but dialogue often goes in so many circles that it is conveying that plot to you in the most complicated way possible. Everyone tends to ramble here, and interactions between characters involve them constantly saying, "What are you talking about?" or "I don't know what you're saying." And you know, there's something comforting in knowing even the characters are just as confused as I am. This isn't helped by the very temperamental auto-scrolling dialogue. Sometimes you advance the text yourself, and sometimes you don't, but it seems completely random which one it'll be in any given conversation. I can't count the amount of times I might have momentarily looked away from the screen only to see, oh, that dialogue was auto-scrolling? Oh, okay, I missed like 5 sentences. Whoops. Now, my first instinct was this was just a classic case of a bad translation. Many such cases of this exist when it comes to Japanese games, and I figured The Ring Terror's Realm is no exception to the rule. At the very least, I would say the translator was in dire need of a thesaurus, because people are saying, in any case, every 2 minutes here. But I wanted to see for myself, so I played a bit of the Japanese version to investigate, and I was surprised to find that it's not much better in that language, to be honest. Translators are good, but they can't always be miracle workers.
Alright, so it's just as bad in Japanese. I don't know if that makes me feel any better or not. You know, even with a bad game, you can find some enjoyment in it. I don't know, maybe I was a little bitter at that time. I had a little too much to do on that time.
So then what is actually going on in the Ring Terror's Realm? Despite moving on from her boyfriend Robert's death in approximately 30 seconds, Meg just can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Since Robert used to work at the CDC, Meg takes the opportunity to ask around the facility and see if she can uncover anything about his death. Most of the workers are pretty tight-lipped, especially her boss John, but she learns that Robert had a program on his computer called Ring a few days before his death, so Meg wastes no time using his old computer to jump into the program and see what she can dig up. Ring is a nightmarish otherworld, and it's in here she meets other military folks who all seem to know who she is already. The place is infested with these lizard and monkey enemies, and the game doesn't address why they're there, to be honest. Now, the original events of the Ring, aka all the people getting cursed by a videotape and dying 7 days later, happened a year prior to the events of Terror's Realm, so it's all old news by now. In the short time since, the curse has morphed into a virus and now a computer program. Meg learns about Sadako Yamamura, that's the TV ghost girl by the way, and is trying to track her down so she can stop all of this. She keeps seeing a ghost girl wandering around, but turns out that's not Sadako, but actually Sadako's mom, who's a kid for some reason, and clearly this is all just fun and games to her. So what exactly is Sadako's deal here? Well, she was born with psychic abilities and was seen as a witch by society. This led to her being murdered, and she has come back as a vengeful ghost to get revenge on the human race. This is all pretty lore accurate to The Ring. They even show clips directly lifted from the Japanese movie. And you gotta hand it to Terror's Realm for sticking to the script, but it is so hard to take the story seriously once the FMV cutscenes kick in.
Is this how you feel about the human race?
This is human race. Humans fear particularly those with extraordinary powers to protect themselves.
The chief of the CDC wants to use Sadako's powers for evil, big surprise there, and as we get closer and closer to the end of the game, we of course have a grand showdown with him.
You gave the virus to him? That was what turned him into such a monster? And that's what caused his death? All because of the virus?
Well, don't worry. You'll be with Robert very soon. In 24 hours, you'll be totally overtaken by the test virus. Before you die, you may help me to prove that I've got Sadako's force under my control.
You bastard!
But it doesn't matter anymore. If only I can use this power. Look, this is it, and I'm the only one who rules this force!
What's happening?
No, you can't. You'll never be the one who control this force. Never ever.
Which part of The Ring did this happen?
Love how he just changed colors between the cutscene and the gameplay there.
Okay,
this is a frustrating fight, mainly because he's quite strong and quite fast. If you were trigger happy up until this point, it's also very easy to walk into this fight with 0 ammo, which will make it even worse. Assuming you do have enough ammo though, his AI is thankfully very dumb, and I found locking him behind this table is a good way to get a few cheap shots in. As with any other enemy, it's also easy as hell to stun lock him, which means you get plenty time to enjoy the pretty banging music that only ever plays here. We find Sadako's secret lair, but she's already gone, waiting on the rooftop of the CDC for the final battle of the game. Fun fact, in this same room you can find a hidden item, Sadako's silver ring. Does it do anything? No. Why does it exist then? We
I don't know.
head up to the roof and start the final boss, Sadako herself. Interestingly, this is the only enemy in the game that...
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What? That's not the Sadako that I know. Like, hold on. No. Okay. We've already established that this thing has somewhat to do with the ring, but they can't even get her character model to look right, and this is what they look for? Looks like a final boss of a different game. Also, why does she have brunette hair? She has black hair. And that kimono is way too clean. Too clean. There's so many questions. What is this?
that actually requires a minimal amount of strategy.
And
Sadako
she moves like Albert
around
Wesker.
and can whip her hair at you, which is nigh impossible to dodge, and eventually will turn into a bunch of crows. Once again, it is very hard to dodge these guys because they swoop in fast. Meg doesn't move nearly fast enough to handle 5 or 6 crows coming at you, so creating distance between them and you is a losing battle. You're just gonna have to tank a few hits, so going into this fight with a lot of healing is a must.
I just hate them.
Once you take her down, Sadako will die in Meg's arms, giving one final monologue about the selfishness of humanity. Meg thinks about Sadako's harsh words, and that's it. Roll credits. So is the plot any good? It's fine.
I mean, it's
serviceable,
alright.
Not particularly memorable, but it ticks all the survival horror boxes. Monsters, creepy lab, evil corporation guy, main character who wants to stop it all. What makes it memorable are the absurd FMV cutscenes and borderline maniacal dialogue. The fun is in the journey and not the destination, you know?
Did you see his face? What's happened?
Though in all seriousness, that's a pretty good way of summing it up overall. My critique up until now might give you the impression I didn't enjoy The Ring Terror's Realm, and that could not be further from the truth. I speak critically because, well, I'm keeping it real with you, there's a lot of flaws here, and yet any annoyances or frustrations I had while playing this game were washed away the second I made it to the next cutscene, and some scientist guy just says mid-conversation with no context, "You can't make fun of magic in Asia." No negativity here. I say this all with love, because The Ring Terror's Realm is, unironically, one of my favorite games. It is, for all intents and purposes, a bumbling mess of a game, a survival horror that fails at both the survival and the horror. It fails in almost every account, but it doesn't matter because it is so entertaining. Why is there a 20-song soundtrack and yet 90% of her playtime is spent listening to one of those songs, the most repetitive one too? But then it surprises you sometimes, like when it hits you with these soft, really pleasant visual novel style tracks, or with this unexpected drum and bass banger in one of the boss fights. The absolutely incomprehensible dialogue at points that falls somewhere between being poorly translated and probably just poorly written to begin with, and some conversations with characters that just go in circles and circles and circles until you can't help but just laugh. Like, sure, you're not following the story at all, but who cares? It's so funny just trying to keep up with it anyway. Or the complete lack of animation, so characters just phase through walls and floors and float into the sky, and you're just meant to accept it. It's just the way this game is. This isn't just an elaborate way of dunking on the game further. I mean it wholeheartedly when I say it is very endearing in how much it fumbles. Is The Ring Terror's Realm a good game? Technically, no. But is it entertaining? Absolutely. One of the funniest things I've ever experienced. And at the end of the day, that's
hilariously
all it needs
bad.
to be. It's a game, right? A piece of entertainment. And entertaining it certainly is, whether on purpose or by accident. Maybe I'm so fond of it because you don't really get games like this anymore. Games are too expensive to fuck up nowadays. They cost millions or billions to make. Whereas back in the 90s, it was still a niche and experimental industry, and that's how gems like Terror's Realm slip through the cracks. It's almost like a guilty pleasure, a bargain bin energy that just doesn't really exist nowadays. But
okay,
my
bye.
soppy ramblings aside, the question that might have crossed your mind: what does all of this have to do with The Ring? You know, it's been a while since I watched that movie and all, but I don't quite remember monkey monsters being a crucial plot point there. The answer to that is a bit complicated. Well, firstly, when you think of The Ring, you think of the cursed tape and a girl crawling out of a TV, right? Whether you're talking about the Japanese movie or its American equivalent, these are probably the core things that come to mind. Believe it or not, these movies are based on only the first in a trilogy of books, all written by Koji Suzuki back in the 90s.
Oh. So they're books. So you got The Ring, then you got Spiral, and then you got Loop. So there's actually 3 books that all center around The Ring. Interesting.
Even more, the films deviate a lot from these books. The main character is totally different, a lot of details about Sadako's life are either switched around or completely removed, and the iconic crawling out of a TV moment doesn't even happen in the books. That's
really?
Totally original to the movie. In my opinion, all of these changes are for the better. I have a lot of issues with the...
Well, howdy, partner. Welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your stay. I am a gamer. I will never read a book. Well, I would say that that's a bad thing, but in this case we'll probably make an exception. I didn't even know that The Ring had books until I saw this video.
The books and how they're written, so in my personal opinion, both the Japanese and American Ring movies are a rare example of adaptations that are actually better than the source material. But I digress. The Ring Terror's Realm is based on the 3rd book in this trilogy called Loop, almost unanimously agreed to be the worst of the saga thanks to its nonsensical plot. Why the devs chose the least loved book to base their game on, I have no idea. But even so, much like the movies, Terror's Realm also deviates a lot from its source material. There's a CDC and a deadly computer program, and Sadako is still kind of relevant, but everything beyond that is different, really. Once again...
Seriously though, I got 30 pages into Moby Dick recently. I'm pretty sure Moby Dick is a lot longer than 30 pages, isn't it? Plus, that's like a classic story. It's about an old man who gets obsessed over a whale and then dies by the whale. I'm aware, yes. Imagine being so obsessed about hunting a whale, you get to that whale, and then the whale kills you. It's like, congratulations! You have died for absolutely nothing. Hope it was worth it. We'll return to read more of it later. I, on the other hand, was stuck with reading very classic tales in high school, which include, but are not limited to, The Great Gatsby, Of Mice and Two Men, A Tale of Two Cities, Lord of the Flies, and a lot of Shakespeare. Like, an unhealthy amount of Shakespeare. Which I really don't care much of, if I'm being honest.
I would argue these deviations are for the better, because while the plot of Terror's Realm is very silly, it still doesn't overstay its welcome nearly as much as the 3rd book does. But this still leaves us with a crucial, burning question. So what's up with all the monkey monsters, man? While there is practically zero development info on The Ring Terror's Realm, with a bit of internet sleuthing, we can piece some things together. I had my suspicions already, but I was happy to find an article on the Bad Game Hall of Fame website came to a similar conclusion as me. I highly recommend giving this a read if you want another thorough breakdown on this game.
I actually like the Shakespeare. Never figured out Great Gatsby, but maybe I could years later. I mean, it's an interesting tale for sure, just not my cup of tea. Let's see. Let's read a little bit about this. You know, it occurred to me that I've been running this website for going on 7 years now. Boy, howdy, does time sure flies. Yet in all this time, I've only managed to cover 2 survival horror titles in article form. Those 2 being Clock Tower 2, The Struggle Within, and Friday the 13th on NES. Hey, they just gave me ideas of what I can stream tomorrow. That seems like a massive oversight on my part when considering the fact that survival horror constitutes of one of my favorite genres of game. Like, I can take or leave games that purport to be spooky. But the second you start putting up fixed cameras and limiting how many bullets I can collect, say no more, I'm sold. So seeing as it's currently October, what is agreed upon to be the spookiest month on the calendar, no argument there, I figured it's a good time for me to start correcting this error. Let 2022, remember that year, mark the year I started covering survival horror games in new articles every October, until such a time as I run out of survival horror games to write about, or, in the event I have something else I'd rather cover that month. Or maybe I just feel like taking a break around on that time of year. Look, it's tough enough maintaining one series of annual gimmick posts on this site, so please don't hold me down to this particular promise. But enough talk about the future, let's get back to the here and now. Man, this guy's like really cynical. Scary Spooktober.
And credits to them for some of these findings. Taking a look at the game credits, a lot of Terror's Realm was outsourced to different companies, including the area designs, which were outsourced to a company called Design Combinat. Their website is up and running even to this day, and some unused concept art for the Ring Terror's Realm is still lurking on there. Funnily enough, this concept art looks far more interesting than any of the areas that actually made it into the game, but check out this note underneath it. The Japanese says, "Image of Special Forces headquarters for the Dreamcast game Ring, unused due to scenario changes." The plot thickens, but there's more. Turns out there's a bucket load of unused assets for this game. For example, the Chief, Robert, and a minor character, Kathy, all had military outfits that go completely unused in the final product. There's also another unused enemy model of, you guessed it, a monkey creature, and a bunch of items like lab keycards and chemical bottles that go unused as well. Lastly, there's a type of ammo that never made it into the final game either, simply called virus ammo. Now, with all of this being said, here is my theory. The devs were originally making a Resi clone survival horror for the Dreamcast, one that would follow Meg Rainman in a lab same as ever. The plot would revolve around some kind of virus or some creepy experimentation that turns people into monkey monsters and lizards. But one day, the publisher came along and said, "Actually, we want you to make a game based on the Ring instead." And, you know, knowing game development, they probably only had 6 months to do it, so they just repurposed their Resi clone into a Ring-themed Resi clone instead. Whoever that girl was, turn her into Sadako. These monkey monsters might have meant something in the original concept, but perhaps due to time constraints, they just decided to leave them in the final product anyway? It would also explain things like that silver ring you can find that I mentioned earlier, a useless item that serves no purpose now, but perhaps it was a key item that was crucial in the original game, before that was hastily turned into a Ring spin-off. We'll never know, sadly, but at least to me, this would certainly explain the game's confusing design choices. But my thirst for more knowledge about the Ring Terror's Realm didn't end there. Like I said, this game is quite the enigma. There's no info about its development anywhere to be found online. So during my travels, I managed to get in contact with Saness Stevens, the voice actress for Meg Rainman herself.
Oh, that's the voice actress for her?
To take part in an interview about her memories working on this game over 20 years ago.
I'm Meg. Hi, I'm Egg. I'm Saness Stevens. I voice Meg from The Ring back in, I think the year was 2000. I am a voice actress based in Tokyo, Japan. I'm originally from the United States, and I'm also a speechwriter, a writer, and a stand-up comedian.
I believe The Ring Terror's Realm was your first voice acting role in a video game? Did you find that yourself through, let's say, a listing somewhere, or was there a talent agency that would have done that for you? How did you land the role?
You know, that's funny. I cannot exactly remember. I was either doing an improv show with the Tokyo Comedy Store, or I was walking down the streets of Roppongi. I cannot recall. It was a long time ago. What I do remember, it was quite random. It wasn't through an audition. It wasn't through an agency. Some guy was like, "Hey, you've got a great voice. You want to become a voice actress?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." Yeah, he offered me like 300,000 yen to do the voice for the game that I've never heard of. I've never even seen the movie The Ring. I mean, I've seen the promo video, but that's about it. I'm not really into horror. I get too sucked in. My imagination's too strong, and
that's actually kind of funny when you think about it. It's like some random guy walks up to you and it's like, "Hey, you got a really good voice. Do you want to be in a video game? I'll pay you all this money." And I'm sure the first word that everyone will blurt out is like, "Okay." I just find that funny. That's funny to me. Also, she was offered 3,000 yen. 300,000 yen. I'm curious how much that is in USD. jeez. Let's see. Yen to USD. Wow. It is dirt cheap. So let's see. 300,000. So she was basically paid the equivalent of a little over $2,000. $2,037.68. I mean, that's basically a month's rent. So she was paid the equivalent of a month's rent. I'm not sure how I'd feel about that.
And I'll never sleep again. So, yeah, I did not audition. He just liked my voice and thought I'd be good for this part.
When they were recruiting voice actors in Japan, I know another video game called Resident Evil was similar. The voice actors were effectively just plucked off the street. That wouldn't.
I
be
heard
the
about
case
that too.
nowadays,
That was
obviously,
actually
as I'm
pretty
sure
funny.
you're aware, it's video games have grown a lot as an industry since then. Were you in Japan over there on work at the time, or how did you find yourself in Japan?
Dreams of being a ninja. That turned out great, as you can see. But no, I came over, I was working and studying Japanese. And prior to coming to Japan, I had been doing improv comedy at SAC Comedy Lab in Orlando, Florida. Came over here, continued doing the same thing, and thought, I wonder how hard it would be to get into the talent industry. But horror games, not generally the genre I would be attracted to. And for horror games, as horror movies or anything, like this was the scariest horror game I've ever done in my life. Absolutely terrifying. Didn't realize it at the time, but now looking back on it, I could have been murdered. I followed this stranger. We exchanged phone numbers, came over to his apartment in Roppongi. Went up to his apartment. I remember it being on the second floor of this old building, and he bragged about how he had his internet hooked up 24 hours a day, because back then in Japan, it was a dial-up system and it was very expensive to be connected to the internet. This guy was like, full flex with like, yeah, I keep my internet connected 24 hours a day. I never shut it off, even when I'm not using the internet. I remember walking
Wow.
in, there was no studio.
That is incredible.
It was this guy's Apple computer.
Imagine the kind of audacity you have to have where having your internet on 24 hours a day is considered a major flex. Like, who are you?
Desktop. And a microphone on a stand like this one, which it should be hanging, right, if you want to do it appropriately. I didn't have headphones. I couldn't hear what I was saying. But he was listening on his headphones. And I was just handed a script. There was no visual. There was no storyline. There's no direction. Nowadays, at least, minimum, you'll get like the mocap actors, or you'll get some sort of graphics. Even if there's just like a picture in front of me, that would be great to see. I would love to know what the character looks like.
You didn't know anything about Meg as a character, even her appearance, even the game. You just knew it was horror, and that's about it.
That's about it. Yeah, and he
That's
wanted the
about
voice
it.
higher pitched and sweet.
Higher pitched and sweet.
And
okay.
kind of naive, but finding strength. No, actually, my voice is so high pitched that only dogs and small children can hear it. It's high enough to shatter
funny.
glass, but not high enough to break the glass ceiling. Maybe that was me. I was naive because I walked into some strange guy's apartment I never met and recorded a game. And he was like, I think he said it was going to be for Sega, or I can't even remember.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be 300,000 yen. I'm like, wow, that's a month's worth of income. This is fantastic.
Suness
Nice.
then went on to tell me about how she never ended up getting paid for her role as Meg.
What?
Disconnected the line.
She didn't even get paid?
That was it?
That was it.
That was it?
He gave me the headphones he was wearing as a thank you. And they were Sony headphones. He grabbed the box out of the closet and he gave me these like really nice Sony headphones for which I had nothing to plug them into. I mean, this was
wow, those must be really valuable headphones.
I didn't even have a computer at home. It was just, there was not a lot happening for me for headphone usage at home. So I gave away the only payment I got for the game. It wasn't even payment. It was just a last minute, like, souvenir.
Does that mean
that is hilarious?
Takes all the lines?
Hey, thanks for working for me on this video game. Here's a pair of headphones.
One and done. I think I got there at like 5 or 6 p.m. and I got home on the last train from Roppongi.
Right.
I remember because it was like a panicked run, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you got to go." I think he did offer that I could crash there, and I was like, "No, I'm good," because it's like a one bedroom studio apartment, right?
Yeah, that's
I'm
a
like,
no.
Yeah,
That's a no.
I'm good.
That's a
Go
no.
home.
I presume then it goes without saying that you never met the other voice actors or interacted with them at all.
No, never met them. I don't know that any of them are still acting in Japan. I don't think any of them are still around. I'd never seen any part of the game. I had no idea what the graphics looked like up until last night when I ended up watching a YouTube channel. I was looking at yours, and then I was trying to find, like, what does the ring look like? I have no idea.
That's insane that you only have seen it last night after 24 years. So what did you think of it, I suppose?
I think it has been my honor to have brought horror to families around the world. What do I say about that? I was surprised and not so surprised. And then I heard the recording, and it said, "I'm Egg."
I'm Egg.
Please, you have to help me.
Oh my God. He couldn't hear that through his headphones. Like,
Oh,
nothing,
my Lord.
or like phrases that were just clipped. What? Yeah. Like, wow.
In particular, the opening scene of the Ring Terror's Realm, it just felt like, were these people in the same room?
No.
Yes, that's clear, I think, now.
We're not in the same room. We
That
were
is
in
so
some
funny.
dude's studio apartment.
I don't know if you caught this yourself at all when you were looking at the game, but I noticed in the credits for the Ring Terror's Realm, they misspell your surname Stevens as Steavens. Is that how you spell your surname, or?
No. I had no idea. I guess the
Wow.
guy really didn't take
That
note.
is
I must
incredible.
have scribbled my name
That
on
is
a piece
incredible.
of paper, and he must have thought, there's got to be an A in there.
Meh.
I have no idea. I've never seen a Stevens with an A.
No.
I've never
not
seen
either.
one with an
In the
A.
last 24, 25 years, did it ever kind of cross your mind like, huh, what, that game? Or was it just like, you know, once you were finished the gig, that was it, you never thought about it again?
Yeah, I tend not to think about things.
Yeah.
Just, okay, well, that was a fun experience. What's next?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
isn't that
yeah,
the whole
just
reason
move
why I
on.
moved to
Just
Japan?
move on.
Learn to be in the now.
Very zen.
Very zen, you know? If I'm thinking about, I wonder why that agent didn't pay me. Then I'm going to live my life in just like anger and hatred, you know?
yeah, no, that's actually a good
But,
way to be, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things they're fantastic experiences. You know, they're great stories at the dinner table.
They really
and
are.
I have wondered, am I ever going to run into this guy in the studios now? Sometimes I wonder, has he been on the back end of casting, giving me voice jobs just to make up for what he did in the past? I have no idea.
That'd be funny if he
he's
did.
the entire reason why I'm a success. Is probably this guy who's like, I feel really guilty about that, man. Probably should have paid her. Sony headphones, they're probably
maybe.
worth like, what, 10,000 yen? Let's give her a little gig here. She can be the voice of the alarm clock.
It was an absolute pleasure getting to talk to Sanas and learn so much about this charming gem
Oh,
on the
she's got
Dreamcast.
cats. That's
She's
cute.
voice acted in a number of other video games as well, playing the role of Connie in the one and only Nightcry, one of the first games I ever covered on this channel, and a game I
Nightcry.
have a special relationship with. If you'd like to see our discussion about Nightcry, as well as stories about Sanas' time in the voice acting industry, I've uploaded
I mean,
it
I'll
as
look
a
at
Patreon
Nightcry for a
exclusive,
long
so
time.
consider supporting me over there for just $2 if you'd like to check it out. Once again, thank you to Sanas for agreeing to take part in this interview. Now, the Ring Terror's Realm is definitely the biggest Ring game that has existed to date, and like I said earlier, was the only one to release in English-speaking territories, but we still have plenty more ground to cover, starting with Pachinko. Bet you weren't expecting that
Pachinko
one.
machines.
For anyone who's unaware, pachinko is a form of gambling in Japan. You'll find the machines in pachinko parlors around the country, which are basically just casinos. Unlike the more traditional slot machines you're probably thinking of though, pachinko involves you shooting these small metal balls into the machine and then winning depending on where they land. Pretty straightforward stuff. What makes pachinko so interesting though, and the reason why you've probably already heard of it before, is because it's very commonplace for pachinko machines to be themed around a certain IP or series. If any of your favorite game
Konami
franchises
has been
are
known
Japanese,
to do
for
that
example,
for a long
there's
time
a very
now.
high chance they've had a pachinko at some point. Even within the horror sphere, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Fatal Frame have all had pachinko, so it shouldn't come as a surprise then that The Ring has had its own fair share too. The visuals are usually pretty crazy, lots of explosions, sound effects, and just an overall sensory overload, but at the same time it's really cool to see franchises you're so familiar with in a brand new way, especially since they usually remake entire cutscenes from the game in shiny new graphics just for pachinko.
You know, I have to say, if you can spare the time to make really nice visuals for a pachinko machine, why are you working on pachinko machines? We both know that the money isn't in gambling, it's in exotics. I mean, if you can do that, you can build a game. I'm just saying. If I saw someone and I see all these wonderful original cutscenes that were never seen in the original game, I would have told them, "What the hell are you doing, pal? Why don't you take this and put it in a video game? You would probably get paid a lot more than what you're getting from here." Not gonna lie though, I probably would like to play a Fatal Frame pachinko machine at some point in my life.
The physical design of the machines are also pretty sick. This one has Sadako's hands moving.
That's actually
kind of
cool, the hands
so creepy.
moving.
Look at that. So it can be a fun rabbit hole to go down learning about this entire industry that is largely foreign to us in the West. In fact, there's still brand new ring-themed pachinko being released to this day. This one, called Ringu Noroi no Nano Kakan, meaning The Ring, 7-Day Curse, has a really funky tidal wave design to its machine, as well as full cutscenes with real actors mixed in with CGI animated ones. Plus, there will always be something infinitely funny to me about seeing Sadako, the girl who tragically died at the bottom of a well and scorned humanity for it, and then in the pachinko machine seeing her crawling the walls of the well like a spider at max speed. Why didn't she just do this in the movie, man? Could have saved herself a lot of hassle. Beyond gambling machines, there was also a phone game based on The Ring as well. This was a Japan-exclusive app for iOS and Android called Sadako M, Nikaiketsu Jiken Tantei Jimusho, which translates as Sadako M, Unsolved Case Detective Agency. It released in October 2021 and followed Tomone, who is investigating the mysterious death of her sister. She joins forces with the detective Kenji as they begin to unravel a series of unsolved deaths that eventually, and inevitably, lead them back to Sadako. The story would progress via these visual novel-style cutscenes where you play as an assistant detective to Tomone and Kenji. You can design your own cute little character who you'll then play as during the gameplay segments. These sections followed a basic survival horror formula. You're plonked in an area, look around for clues, find keys to unlock doors,
looks like a cool
and you even have
game.
to hide
I would
from
try it
enemies
out.
as well. And sure, it's basic, but considering this is a free-to-download game with very few microtransactions, I'm not complaining. I'd play this too if I had the chance.
Oh. Hold on.
Yeah, if I had the chance, indeed. Sadly, Sadako M was only available to download for just over a year before it was discontinued, going offline in February 2023. During its time online, it got regular updates adding new chapters and even had a few seasonal events, but I guess once the story concluded, they saw no reason to keep it online anymore. And I can't argue with that logic, but it's a shame that a game that clearly had a lot of effort put into it was only available for such a narrow window of time. I managed to get the app on my phone, but you just get stuck in an infinite loading screen of it failing to connect and restarting. It's completely unplayable now, which is a major bummer because the game looked really cute, and Chibi Sadako is something I wish I could have seen for myself. While the Ring Terror's realm was cursed for a myriad of its own reasons, Sadako M was doomed to a much worse fate. Becoming lost media. Now let's go back in time once more to look at our next and final game of the day, Ring Infinity. Ring Infinity released in August 2000 on the WonderSwan, only 6 months after the Ring Terror's realm. In case you're unfamiliar, the WonderSwan was a handheld gaming console that released in 1999, only in Japan too, so I can't blame you if you've never heard of it. While it did have the colossal competitor that was the Game Boy Advance at the time, the WonderSwan still held its own pretty well. By the time it was discontinued in 2003, it had sold 3.5 million units, which mightn't sound like much compared to some handhelds, but when you remember it was only sold in one country, it's not a shabby number. It had some pretty neat games too. The OG SNES Clock Tower, for example, one of my absolute favourites, had a port on the WonderSwan, and it's pretty dope. It's a one-for-one replica of the original game. The pixel art is pretty solid, honestly, just a bit more monochrome of course, but that's a small price to pay for its portability. But what we're focusing on today is Ring Infinity. This was a visual novel released exclusively on the WonderSwan. It's a completely original story, unique from the books, movies, and other games based on the Ring that we've discussed today. And obviously, being a visual novel, the primary focus is just reading. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It is a novel with visuals, though there is some decision-making and branching paths to give it some replayability, as is typical in the genre. This game was part of Bandai's so-called Novel Theater series, a collaboration with the Japanese publishing agency Kadokawa Shoten in turning well-known novels into visual novels on the WonderSwan. This Novel Theater series had a big focus on audio design as well as realistic visuals, at least as realistic as the WonderSwan graphics would allow, and there were 4 games in this series
it's pretty
total.
good for
Thurs
a
1 and
portable
2,
console.
Last Alive, and finally, Ring Infinity. So, let's check it out. We play as a nameless teenage protagonist just as the school day is coming to a close, when suddenly we hear a scream from one of the nearby classrooms. As everyone rushes to see what's happening, a girl runs towards us, begging us to help her before she lets out one final gasp and dies of a sudden heart attack. Naturally enough, the news of a student dying spreads like wildfire throughout the school, with the rumour saying the reason she died was because of a cursed videotape. Falling asleep that night while watching movies, our protagonist has a nightmare, somehow seeing the haunting, twisted visuals of the cursed tape. Learning he now only has 7 days before he'll die too, we must figure out how to save ourselves from the curse and prevent it from spreading any further. The interesting thing with this game is there are 3 chapters, each one following a different teenage protagonist. This scenario I just described to you is the first chapter, and it's more of a prologue than anything. The main character investigates the curse as much as he can over the 7-day period, with varying levels of success depending on the choices you make. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, the credits roll, and the next time you press play, you're moving on to chapter 2 with a brand new main character. And so, in that sense, this game feels more like a collection of Ring-themed short stories than it is one big story, and to me, that's a really creative idea for a spin-off. Think about it, the Ring movies and books follow the heroes who solve the curse of Sadako and live to tell the tale. But what about the dozens of victims who died before that? Those victims are where the focus lies in Ring Infinity, and I'm a big fan of it. It's a fun change of pace. And this cool concept is explored pretty damn well. Since the cursed tape is being passed around school, lots of people see it very quickly, and because of that, students are dropping like flies. The way to save yourself from the curse is, of course, by making someone else watch the tape, and there's quite a few tense moments throughout the game as teenagers resort to desperate measures to save themselves. In Chapter 1, for example, one of the protagonist's friends tries to broadcast the tape to the entire school in a last-ditch attempt to save themselves.
Oh,
They're
Lord.
willing to curse hundreds of students at once if it means not dying themselves, though ultimately they realise they're too late. I guess it's because the story takes place in such a busy, populated location like a school, and that makes the tensions and stakes feel a lot higher. While the first victim in the movie dies in her own home, the first victim in Ring Infinity dies in front of a crowd of students and teachers. It contrasts the slow burn storytelling of the original Ring quite a lot, but in a good way. It feels like a creative idea worthy of a spin-off instead of just rehashing the thing it's based on. There's some very clever writing here too. In Chapter 1, we never find out who showed us the tape and actually cursed us, but the game leaves enough crumbs in the narrative to allow you to speculate. After rereading it a second time, I strongly believe his childhood friend Kana showed him the tape. She was very pushy that he borrows and watches a quote-unquote recording of their favourite band, and on the 7th day, when he's mere hours away from dying, she's very sad and pensive during their final meetup, as if plagued by the guilt of knowing he's going to die because of her. But it's never confirmed. Much like the protagonist never finds out, we never find out, and that room for speculation is really fun. Now, before I continue, there's something pretty interesting about this game, about how you play it in particular. Being a visual novel, there's a lot of text, right? And unlike English, it's very common for the Japanese language, and a lot of Asian languages actually, to be written vertically instead of horizontally. You still get a lot of modern books, manga, and newspapers that write their text vertically. So imagine my surprise then when I boot up Ring Infinity, only to find the game was displaying sideways on the Wonderswan. The goal here was for you to turn the console sideways, and now making use of the taller screen, the game can fit way more vertical text while still keeping a nice pixel art visual at the
Interesting.
top. This simply wouldn't be possible if you held the Wonderswan normally. The screen would be far too cramped between the text and visuals. I really like this creative use of not just the game software, but the physical hardware and how you hold it. It makes the player experience more memorable and more immersive.
This is how people
Ring
played
Infinity
games
was
before
already
cell
a
phones
novel,
were
but now
invented.
it looks like one too. I can't think of many other games that did this, bar a few exceptions, but it's no surprise that the visual novel genre lends to this really well. Back to the story though. Because it goes for that short story format following different students, each chapter builds on the last in a very gradual way. The first protagonist is unsuccessful and so ultimately doesn't make much progress. The second protagonist learns more about Sadako, but the third one manages to make it all the way to Izu Oshima, the resting site of Sadako, even finding the infamous well where her body lies. But they too are unsuccessful. At the end of the third chapter, you'd think you'll move on to the grand finale. Surely this person's gonna figure it out and save themselves from the curse, right?
Right.
But no.
Nope.
It loops you all the way
Nope.
back to chapter 1 again.
Huh.
And it continues to loop, over and over, and it's quite bleak. Back in the 2000s, rumour had it that there was indeed a good ending in this game, but no one figured out how to get it yet. So players tried over and over, different routes, different decisions, anything, because surely you can save at least one of these characters, right? And yet no one could figure it out. So Ring Infinity became known across Japan as a cursed game. People said that it was the game no one ever truly completed, and if you see the true ending, then you die too. First print editions of Ring Infinity even came with a talisman to protect you from evil. A cute inclusion for sure, but one that just further added fuel to the rumors that this game is indeed cursed.
I don't know
I'm
if I
not
want to
even a
play that game
superstitious
now.
person, and even I was getting a little nervous reading up about it. This infamy stuck with it for years until 2016, when a user on 2chan finally took the time to painstakingly comb through the game's files. While there isn't a distinct good or true ending where a character lives, you are able to ever so slightly impact the ending regardless. To explain, there's an invisible point system going on throughout the entire game depending on your choices, and the amount of points you have will alter the final moments of Chapter 3. The differences are very minor, and all three outcomes still result in death, sadly. Either you fall into the well, your friend falls in, or both of you fall in. Regardless of which ending you get, Sadako's curse remains unbroken, and the game will then loop back into Chapter 1 with the first protagonist all over again. But there is one small change. The game opens with his schoolmates discussing rumours of the cursed tape and its victims, and this piece of dialogue will change depending on which ending you just got in Chapter 3. The chapters will continue to loop over and over and over, hence the game name being Ring Infinity. This progression is so clever, if not a bit depressing, and I'm not surprised rumours of a true ending were so rampant for years. It's quite a brave narrative choice to give players absolutely no option for a positive outcome, but I gotta say, I admire the devs for committing to it. While Ring Infinity was quite a niche
Definitely a
release even for the
depressing
time,
game,
fans
for
have looked
sure.
back on it positively. It's got good audio design and strikingly realistic pixel art visuals for starters, but it deserves particularly strong praise for its innovative storytelling, specifically in how the cursed tape is passed around. Remember how back in the 2000s, you'd sometimes get emails that say things like, if you don't forward this to 10 people, you'll be cursed tonight, or something similar. It sounds so silly and childish now, but back in the early internet days, emails like that were rampant. In Ring Infinity, the tape is passed between students
like
in the
that.
form of a cursed chain email just like this. Only difference here is that the curse is real and not just fear-mongering. It's a very cool blend of the Ring's existing premise with an internet phenomenon relevant to the late 90s and early 2000s. And sure, a story like this mightn't work so well nowadays. We've all wised up to technology and know how it works by now. But back then, when things like the Y2K scare meant fear of technology was at an all-time high, writing it into your horror game's plot was some pretty smart thinking. And you know what? maybe I'll take a page out of their book. This may be the end of our journey looking at the Ring's colourful history of video games, but I didn't let you in on a little secret. Truth is, this video is cursed too, and the only way to break the curse is by passing the video on to 10 of your friends, and liking and commenting and subscribing. Oh no! Rumor has it, if you don't, then after 7 days, Meg Rayman herself will crawl out of the well. Ugh, I shiver at the thought. But nah, as if. There's no way that's true, right? Right?
Right. Meg jump scare. Well, that was definitely an interesting little distraction. Well, that was pretty interesting. Wow. How much time have we wasted? 4 hours? Just doing this? I was actually getting really invested in it. Oh, you didn't need to see that. You guys saw nothing. Well, I think with that in mind, I think that's a good place to end it. I got some stuff that I really need to work on, and I really need a bit of a break because holy crap, that was quite a bit of a journey. But I hope you enjoyed this kind of stream. Like, I don't usually do a whole lot of chill streams like this so very often, and I think I want to do more like it. So maybe we'll do something like that. Tomorrow I will play something for you guys. That is a promise. For now, though, hope you guys have enjoyed this little introduction to Spooky Month. And with that in mind, let's raid into Royal Kato. She seems to be doing something. Oh, she's doing something Digimon related, actually. It's been a while since I've seen anything Digimon related. And she's doing a collab, so that's kind of cool. Alright, well, let's go into it. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, where we do something else. Don't forget to sub, and, as always, respect the classics.